Good evening, friends. We're live again tonight. Going to continue talking about Dogecoin because it must be the most exciting thing going on right now, right? And it's definitely something that's caught my attention over the last month. It's only grown in intensity. I got started in Dogecoin in early March. I had probably heard about it and just passed it off as I don't know what that is. And so yeah, but it's a craze, a phenomenon now, and certainly something I'm actively involved in. So what better thing to talk about, right, than something that you're involved in, interested in, actually invested in. I do own Dogecoin. Interesting story, and I've already talked about it at detail night before last, but I did get out of Dogecoin for probably about a day and a half. Long story short, had the intent of taking some profits to basically just turn around and reinvest it so that I could, so that I'd have more of the coin in my portfolio. And it just happened to be the day that it just skyrocketed over again about a day and a half to 48 and change. So I won't bore you with that story again. You can go back and watch the episode before last. So not yesterday, not Saturday's episode, Friday, and I talk about it more. So I do want to welcome everyone. We've had a really good a couple of 3 nights of engagement, people interacting, and we'll take to Twitter here in a minute and just see what's going on there. But I wanted to start with showing where Dogecoin is market cap wise and where it sits, if you will, within the top 20, we'll say, of cryptocurrency. And so let's go ahead and pull that up and just kind of talk through it a little bit. Excuse me. So as you can see, well, this is CoinGecko, which is a news site that I was actually not familiar with. There's a number of these websites that now that I'm into cryptocurrencies, I'm coming to find out, excuse me, about, and a lot of them are very, very helpful and really cool. So I'm using CoinGecko tonight. And as you can see, market cap is way over here. And I like this little picture, this little graph that they show of a 7-day, the 7-day movement of the price of each of those. And I think most of us know that Bitcoin especially, and Ethereum especially, XRP even, Cardano, a number of the altcoins, along with Bitcoin, had some considerable hits over the last couple of days, at least over the last 24 hours, Bitcoin especially. As you can see right now, it's at 57. So it's regained a good bit of the loss that it took, but it was in the low 60s, 60,000. A day and a half ago or 24 hours or so ago. And then things just started kind of crashing, if you will. I don't know if crash is the right term, but nonetheless, it went down in price. I think, at some point in time, roughly about $9,000, maybe even 10, but it took a considerable hit. Ethereum as well as a percentage. And we'll talk about these percentages here in a minute. But the highlight tonight is Dogecoin back at number 6. It had lost a couple of spots because market cap on a lot of these, kind of evaporated, if you will. But the amazing thing about Dogecoin, if you'll see the market cap, is back up to pretty much where it was. I mean, I don't have the number memorized, but it was in the 42 billion range just about 24 hours ago. And then when Bitcoin and Ethereum started taking a hit, all of these coins took a hit to a certain extent. But look at the graph for one. I mean, when we look at the graph here on Dogecoin, it held its own and pretty much just kept going. It lost a little bit, but nothing like what we saw with Bitcoin. So you can see over 24 or 7 days. Are we still there? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm having some issues with my microphone. If it cuts off again, just hang tight and I'll get it fixed. But yeah, as I was saying, Bitcoin and Ethereum took some hits, but Dogecoin, did take a little bit of a fall, if you will. We've all been watching it go down to, 25 area, back up to 35, that type of thing, and we'll look at that in a minute. But the big story is that Dogecoin, again, pretty much, fought through, if you will, and was not impacted near as much as Bitcoin and Ethereum, and again, XRP and some of the others. So pretty impressive. So let's look at the, I'm going to move this here for a moment. Just hang with me. This is the Webull desktop app that I got. I have grown to really enjoy this, like it a lot. And as you can see right now, we're at about 34. Well, we are at 34, which is amazing. It's been as low, I think, in the last 24-hour period as 24. Let's actually look. Let's go ahead and click through on Dogecoin here, and we'll look at some of the details. So the 24-hour gain, if you will, 30%, which is amazing. 355% from a 7-day, and then of course you can see the rest. We can see the graph here. One of the interesting things as well is if we look at volume here on Dogecoin through the exchanges, one of the things that I find interesting, and it's possible that because it doesn't, it's not in the top 5. I'm not actually sure, but you don't see Robinhood here. Interesting to me, exchange-wise. So as far as the volume percentage, I'm going to sort on this. Those that I guess pay to be on here, like Crypto.com and eToro, they get to show up on here, even if they don't represent much volume. So I guess eToro, well, I know eToro doesn't even list the Dogecoin right now, so that's not on there. But Binance has the highest volume. Somewhat close behind is this OKEX, which I'm not familiar with. Of all of these, I'm only really familiar with Binance. But one of the cool stories, since we're talking about exchanges, and then I'm going to go to it now, you'll notice, and it's in beta as far as I know. I don't know how they determined who would be included in the beta, those types of things. But I've got the ability now to buy and sell Dogecoin from Webull. So I have a Webull account. I'm actually waiting on it to be funded. I transferred some money, if you will, over the weekend. I don't have any buying power yet. I will, I think, on Monday. And as you can see down here, although if you're on the phone, it may be pretty small, and I'm going to move my face. you can see that I have the buy button. So that's pretty cool because I talked about last night, basically saying if Webull, listed Dogecoin, that I would begin to most likely buy, my next batch, if you will, of Dogecoin on Webull, and maybe we'll actually get to cover that live. Maybe what I'll do is, I don't know when it's going to happen. I may just do a quick live and capture my first purchase of Dogecoin on the Webull platform. I really like all the features that they provide, and I'm hoping to learn even more about it as I start using it to actually trade. So, we would like to talk about what you guys want to talk about tonight, and I know a good number of the audience seems to join later in the evening. That seems to be one of the things that I'm able to kind of bring to the Dogecoin community as someone that's covering this a little bit later in the night. There's certainly no shortage of people on YouTube that are covering Dogecoin. Some really, really good content out there. So just actually thrilled that we get to do it as well. One of the things I do want to talk about is I'm curious what your thoughts are. Please share here in the chat, or if you're watching this on the replay, in the comments. And I'm actually going to be coming back and responding to the comments. I'll be responding to the chat as we're live, as they come in. But if you're watching this on the replay, I'll be coming and responding to your comments there in the comment section. But I'm curious how many of you, as Dogecoin, let's assume that it is, and it is gaining traction, but as Dogecoin becomes more, as more merchants, if you will, begin to accept Dogecoin as payment, is that something you would do? Here's the hesitation I have with that, at least with regards to the way that I understand how it works. With cryptocurrency being treated as an asset, as opposed to actual currency or money as such, there's a tax implication when you use it to buy goods and services, right? So if you happen to be buying those goods and services with your cryptocurrency that is over a year old, if you will, and I think the way it works is LIFO, if you will, last in, first out. I need to actually look into that. I'm not 100% certain. But if you use your cryptocurrency to buy something, or I think even to give it to someone, you have a tax event there, and it's going to be the appreciation of that when you decide to actually use it. Basically, anything other than buying it, when you use it for goods and services, selling it, whatever, then you're going to either pay your normal income tax rate if you use it under a year of having it, and if you use it past a year, then you're looking at long-term capital gains, which is much less for most people, but still you're paying a tax. So, my question is would you be willing? Let's say that your Dogecoin has appreciated in value considerably. Are you willing to pay, in essence, a 15% upcharge, if you want to think of it that way, to buy something as simple as coffee, sandwich, whatever? That literally hit me today. I already had that thought with regards to Bitcoin, of course, because it's talked about more in the news more in many ways with regards to, Tesla announcing that you can buy one of their cars with it. Many corporations are adding it to their treasury, putting it on the balance sheet, using it as a way to pay their board of directors and various different things. You can get credit cards where you can pay things with Bitcoin. That just makes no sense to me. But then, it kind of hit me, and I've already said that. It hit me, well, it may not make sense for or for Dogecoin either. The Mavericks actually now accept Dogecoin, and I looked this up, and the way they actually are able to accept Dogecoin is through BitPay, and apparently BitPay is one of the more well recognized, and I'm assuming better credit, in essence, credit card. I think it's a Visa credit card, but credit card type companies where they facilitate a consumer being able to use their cryptocurrency to pay for goods and services. It's not just Dogecoin, and we'll look it up maybe in a minute, but that's Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP is in there. I don't think Cardano is in there. There's some others, maybe Litecoin. I don't know exactly which ones, and we'll actually pull it up here in a minute if you're interested. But again, yeah, I'm curious what you think about the tax implications. I just, I think that the thought of using it to pay for things at some point, the cool aspect of that is going to wear off. And then the reality of, hey, I'm paying maybe more for this technically because of the tax situation. I'm also, wondering if some of that's going to change from the government at some point. But we're starting to get in some questions. So Scarface is, what price would you buy Doge at tonight? Good question. It's at 33 right now. So I would first say, I unfortunately have to ask a question sometimes to answer a question, but potentially it depends on, do you already have some Dogecoin? What is your current average price? What are your goals? If you're looking to buy and hold and accumulate, I think honestly where it's at right now would be an okay place to get in. I think we've seen the swings, and let me pull back up for a minute. The our Webull, and as you can see right now in this last period, the low was 32 and the high's been 34. And if we go back a little bit, we can see a low again of 32. We go back far enough, we can see 31 as another low, 30. So, I would say that, one approach, depending on the platform you're using, and most platforms have this, but one approach is to, basically, and maybe what I would do is put a limit order on there to buy, limit order for, again, it depends on what your appetite is for trying to optimize your purchase. Maybe you put in a limit order for 30 cents. Maybe you put in one for 31. That's probably what I would do. Knowing what I know about how it's been tracking up and down, that's probably the approach I would take. If you, which you probably don't, and I don't either. We don't know the future. We don't know what could happen early in the morning or throughout the day tomorrow. I think there's going to be some anticipation leading up to 420, which is Tuesday, because SpaceX is going to be launching something. I honestly don't remember, but there's a lot of anticipation that Elon Musk may actually also tweet something about Dogecoin, whatever. It could be a catalyst. It could be another day that it goes up to into the 40s, maybe into 50 cents. So if you want to get in now ahead of that, and especially if that may, be the catalyst to get it at a new low point, if we will, right? So, if enough happens to establish maybe 40 cents as the low, then obviously now would be a good time to get in. So I'm going to come back to the comments. I can't see the comments where I'm at right now, but I'm going to come back to the comments, and I'd like to see, Scarface, what some of your goals are. So if you want to interact here, that'd be great. Just let me know what you're looking to do, and we'll go from there. But that's great. One of the things that I'm interested in is to see, like I had already mentioned, what's going to happen on 420. I'm going to actually look that up for a minute while I'm just kind of talking, and let's see what's going on here. Space X 420, because I know that's the date. April 22nd. Okay. There's something I know that happens on 420. Here we go. SpaceX, NASA target April 20th for next Crew Dragon launch to space station. So I think, again, since Elon Musk is involved in this, there's this assumption that he's going to also probably, mention something about Dogecoin. And if he does, there's a lot of people that, kind of assume that it's going to cause that Dogecoin to spike. So there's no way to know. And I had mentioned last night that all these announcements here, I'd mentioned last night that wouldn't it be cool if Webull, for example, also went live with Dogecoin on their platform on 420, and what if Coinbase did the same thing on 420? Maybe they are able to do that. Maybe they aren't. So we talk a lot about catalyst, those things that will potentially cause Dogecoin and maybe other tokens to go up. And so it's hard to know. So Scarface, thanks for hanging around, man. I'm looking for long-term investments. Okay, so I would say that, and again, I would say this is for education purposes and entertainment, if you will. I'm not a financial advisor. I do have a finance degree. I've been in, working with Fortune 500 companies for over 20 plus years, but in full disclosure, not a financial planner and advisor, so also do your own research, but I'm more than happy to share with you my approach, the things that I feel strongly about. And if you're in this for long-term investment, then I would say, I really think, and I'm not alone, that Dogecoin is on a path to $1 at least, maybe even this year. We'll see. I think 50 cents is, not knowing, again, all the other factors, I think 50 cents, it being at 50 cents is, maybe before the end of April, probably most definitely in May, unless some really strange things happen. And again, maybe $1 before the end of the year. And I think the thing to think about is, if you're in it for the long term, obviously you want your average cost to be as low as possible, so that when you do decide to take some profits at some point, you can take as much profits as you want. And I'm going to share another interesting fact here in a minute, so hang around. I know everybody will want to hear about that, but you obviously want to get in at the best possible price, and at some point it's going to be like Cardano or XRP or any of those others, and there's going to be likely a point of no return, which is to say, at some point it's never going to get below 50 again, right? Or at some point it's never going to get below $1 again. So if I was wanting to get in and ride the wave, if you will, up, which I believe it's going to go, then I would even pay what it's at right now. I would pay the market price of 33. But I think you can probably time this, just put in a limit order and get it maybe a little bit cheaper. When I sold, just so you know, because I think Scarface, you're new. I forgive me if you've joined the last couple of nights and I just haven't remembered or don't know. And by the way, please subscribe. And if you click that notification bell, you'll obviously know when we go live again. We're going to be going live every night talking about Dogecoin, probably when most of the other folks have gone to bed or they've already done their live stream. And so you get a different perspective with me, and I appreciate the fact that you're here. So hopefully it reaches $1. Yes, hopefully it does. I'm looking forward to the day that it does. I think it will. I think it's a foregone conclusion that it will. One of the things that I wanted to mention while we're waiting on some others to join, and we're going to go look at what's trending on Twitter here in just a minute with regards to Dogecoin. But, I heard the other day a couple of things about Robinhood, which I thought were interesting. And one of those was that the average holding for a Robinhood account is $250. So, I think that gives some perspective on, the hate, if you will, that some people pour down on Robinhood. I think that honestly that they're trying to provide a platform truly that truly will and does truly democratize, if you will, being able to participate in investing, that type of thing. No commissions. They've been disruptors, innovators in that area. Do you think that TD Ameritrade or E-Trade or any of the other traditional stock brokerage firms would have gone to zero fees, zero commissions if something like Robinhood had not come along? Now they have to do it to compete. So I guess I say that I don't get paid anything by Robinhood. I'm not, willing to die on a sword for them, if you will, but I think they maybe get a bad rap sometimes. I'm certainly glad that the platform was around when I was ready to get into, the crypto craze. It was really easy, right? I transferred money in. I got an immediate, available buying power, if you will. It's almost like getting credit. You start the transfer process. They obviously they validate and assume that you're not going to clean out your bank account before it gets there. And although it takes 3 to 5 business days for your money to actually make it in the account, you get up to $1,000 to use right away. So Scarface, hey, if you don't mind me asking, do you have any Dogecoin right now? I'm going to actually assume that you don't. And I'm curious if you've looked at some of the platforms, because one of the things we are, offering to people, if you will, is just a link. The link is in the description. You can use it. You cannot. It won't bother me either way. Certainly helps out a little bit. But if you're interested in getting into Dogecoin, probably the two best platforms, in my opinion, right now is either Robinhood or Webull. We have links for both of those, and basically you sign up for. If you sign up for both of those, you're going to get possibly up to 5 free stocks. Not a bad deal. That's free money, regardless of how much the stock price is for that stock right now. But so that's a really good deal. Obviously, Webull, if you sign up, you may or may not be on the beta program, but the fact that there is a beta program, I think, should suggest that it's going to be rolled out to everyone at some point soon. Okay, cool. So you bought $200 at 30, and it sounds like you're looking at possibly getting some more. So, I think you might, I think 30, maybe 29, maybe 28, depending on, how you never know, right? I mean, if we look at how things have gone over the last couple of days, it's certainly gone down to 28, 27. I think it was even down to 24 at some point over the last couple of days. It's just hard to know. But I would say experiment with a limit order and shoot for something lower than 30 and see what happens. Those limit orders are normally good for 90 days unless you cancel them. So it doesn't hurt. It does basically consume your buying power. So you would have to cancel that if you decided to switch it to a market order or something like that. But again, if you want to share, it'd be nice to know what platform you bought your Dogecoin on. Also, would be really interested to know if Dogecoin is is the first cryptocurrency you've ever bought, or maybe it's the only one you have right now. What's your portfolio look like? Is Dogecoin the first one you've ever bought, or have you been into others? And if you are or have ever owned any other cryptocurrencies, what were they? What caused you to get out? I mean, there are people that are literally, believe it or not, and maybe not completely liquidating, but there are people that are selling their Bitcoin and getting into Dogecoin, or maybe XRP, which is Ripple, or Cardano, or Litecoin, maybe a number of them. So let's go to, I'm going to go to Twitter here for a minute. You guys hang with me. Got some more things to share. Going to go to Twitter here for a minute, and we're going to kind of see what's trending and maybe create a little bit of a buzz and let some people know that we're live. So I thought that this one was really cool. Me waiting for Doge Day 420, even though I have no idea what it is. But I think actually a lot of people obviously do. Go ahead and like that. We'll share with our own little thing here. Let people know that we're live and talking about Dogecoin. I've actually found that it helps a little bit to put some feelers out there on Twitter. I know a lot of the people that have discovered us over the last couple of days have found us on Twitter. So I want to say thank you to everyone that's a Twitter user that has come on over and joined our live stream. It truly is an honor to be able to have you guys on and to be able to have the dialogue and the engagement. When Dogecoin starts to spike, I love this one. Buy Doge, make a meme. That is so true for so many people. This is interesting. Let me look at this for a minute. That says Elon Musk. That's kind of interesting. Oh, okay. They tagged Elon Musk as well. So we're going to retweet this. I'm going to add a quote to it so that people can know that we're live right now. Maybe we'll find a few people. And if you're joining, I can't actually see the comments right now. I will switch back to the comments here in a minute. I use StreamYard, and it is an amazing tool to live stream. The one thing that I would like to see change, and if my StreamYard friends at StreamYards and the developers are watching this somehow, I would like to see a way to where you could basically tear away the part and have it just as a window, basically a tab, if you will, a browser tab where I can drag it and put it anywhere and make it stay on top of the of anything else, that type of thing, so that my comments can follow with me as I transition to another screen. Now, one of the reasons that they probably don't do that right now is they have a share screen option, but that option does not allow you to basically share your screen to take up the full screen. So if you're using StreamYard the way that it was kind of designed, I can see where they wouldn't think that was necessary. But I prefer to be able to pull up the full screen and then have a picture-in-picture at times on part of it. Retweet if you're part of the Doge army throughout Dogecoin's up and down. Yes, that's me. Definitely a hodler. Hold on for dear life. I'm curious, how many of you know that term? if you're on with me tonight, let me know. If you're a hodler, if you understand or know that phrase. So we're just going to retweet a couple more of these, and then we'll move on. So retweet if you're basically on Twitter just for Dogecoin now. That's me as well. I'm literally only on Twitter right now for Dogecoin. And like I just mentioned, I'm forever grateful for all of you that have come on over here and found this live stream through Twitter. It's an amazing platform. Okay, Scarface, yep, you used Robinhood and completely new Doge is my first buy. Well, welcome to the Dogecoin army. So I think it's an exciting time to be learning about cryptocurrencies. I think that the Dogecoin is really just causing a lot of people to eat their words, right? With regards to people not thinking that it was legitimate, making fun of it, all the things. And I understand that it was started as a joke, but obviously it has taken on a life of its own, and it has been embraced by a very, very large community. And I can't even really picture a scenario where it ever kind of fades away off into the sunset and is no longer a thing. As long as we have just everyday people on Reddit and on Twitter and all kinds of forums and platforms and YouTube, as long as they are behind it, and also with the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, talking about it, Mark Cuban, Snoop Dogg, all kinds of people, and as it begins to be used as a form of payment for goods and services, it's just only going to continue. Your camera and microphone setup is great. Hey, thanks. I was actually having some trouble with my microphone tonight, and I think it was just power. Believe it or not, the lighting part is not super complicated. I also do reviews on Amazon, so I was able to basically get some equipment by reviewing it. Other parts, my camera is a Sony ZV-1, and I paid for that out of my own pocket. If you're interested, just FYI, since you mentioned it in the description, I do list some of the equipment that I use. One way that I support the fact that I'm spending sometimes 4 hours straight during these live streams is through the Amazon affiliate program. So check that out if you're interested. But thanks for the compliment. It has been a journey with regards to live streaming, just generally getting, the equipment. It's by far the best that it could be, but it is night and day better, I'll have to admit, than when I started out with basically the camera that comes on your laptop and the microphone that comes on your laptop. If I was to go and watch one of those, or even just listen to one of the older ones, I've certainly been able to, over time, add some things that make it better. So again, thanks for the compliment. Appreciated. I do want to ask a favor if you guys are up for it and cool with it. It seems that, as I mentioned, that Twitter is one of the places where all the fans of Dogecoin are hanging out and getting their information. If you click on on YouTube, the share button and share it out on Twitter, that would be awesome. And I'll also ask, I'll try not to ask it very often, but it would mean a ton to me if you subscribe and turn on notifications. That's the only way that you're going to know a lot of times that I'm live again. You would think that subscribing would be enough. You would think that YouTube would acknowledge that if someone subscribes to a channel, that means they want to know what's going on that channel. But the reality is, if you don't have the if you don't have the notification turned on, you being subscribed doesn't get you notified like you would think it would. But I will say, I appreciate the subscription. If you don't turn on notifications, I completely understand. It certainly helps, though, with just even the subscribe, because we're working towards 1,000 subscribers. We're working towards 4,000 watch hours. I don't talk about it a lot, but we're working towards getting into the YouTube Partner Program, and that means you have to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. We're approaching 500, so we're almost halfway there. And honestly, once we started talking about this amazing thing called Dogecoin, we kind of found a sweet spot, and it helps that it's something I'm interested in, obviously, but our channel has grown since I started talking about this topic. So the Dogecoin community is amazing. So Brandon, hey, I'm curious if you're still on, and if you want to share, let us know if you own Dogecoin right now. If you want to share your, are you looking for long-term accumulation? Are you looking to, make some quote unquote quick money, which both of those are fine, right? Both are fine. It just helps me kind of understand the audience and have some context. I'm not the kind of person that would try to presume to tell you, what approach you should take. If you ask a question, I'm going to just give you my thoughts, my opinions, but no judgment here. Someone wants to buy it at 27 and sell it at 30. Hey, go for it. It's money. It's great. The only thing I would say to that people need to think through, again, make your own decision, but think through the tax implications. That's the main thing, in my opinion, with day trading or trading often, your cryptocurrency. I'm mostly my own strategy, philosophy, especially with the cryptocurrency, is to try to accumulate and then only sell, if I even am going to sell, once I'm into that long-term capital, or that long-term capital gains category, because then the most I'm going to pay, I think, is about 15%, as opposed to whatever my tax bracket is. So while we're waiting on, okay, here we go. Brandon, and forgive me is this your first time on the live stream? One night we had over 40 people, which is a lot for me at this point in time. So, I don't have all of the community here that we've started together memorized, but 48, wow, 48,000 coins. That's amazing. Congratulations. Yep, that's great. I hope it grows as well. My goal, I'll be, completely transparent. It's funny because my goal for Dogecoin started out with, I want to have 5,000. Then it's like, I want to have 12,000. And so now my current goal is I'd like to have, accumulated at least 50,000. So that's the goal. I'm not there yet. And, we'll see. You're certainly welcome, Brandon. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being willing to engage and share your thoughts, and it means a lot. I appreciate it. So I'm going to turn to Twitter here for a minute. We're going to look at a few other things that are going on here. Retweet if you're still proud hodler. I am, definitely. And I would say, too, if you guys want to connect with me on Twitter, that would be amazing. My Twitter handle, if you will, is at Shane Trammel. I'm going to pull up here the overlay just because it will help you know how to spell my name. So you'll see up in the top right where it says Shane Trammel. That's also my Instagram. But in the description, you'll see the link to all my social media. I would love to have you, be connected with you, and I'll obviously return and follow you on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all of that. But if any one of those beyond YouTube, Twitter would be the one that I'd be like, hey, it's awesome to be connected with you there. Dogecoin is stable. Don't listen to the haters. Hey, there you go. I think it is stable. I mean, it's going to have some peaks and valleys, obviously, like just about anything does. But yes, I agree. I think one thing that proves that, and we've already talked about that right at the outset of the stream, is when Bitcoin and Ethereum were bleeding in many ways, and some of the other altcoins like XRP and Cardano. Even when it was going down some, Dogecoin was percentage-wise losing significantly less than Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the others that I mentioned. The holding games. I'm telling you, that it's amazing how this alone, these kinds of posts just prove how incredible the Dogecoin community is, because we're here and seeing all of this creativity. People obviously are taking the time to do this. I love this. So here is a literal Doge, if you will, the actual dog in this case, on the literal moon. So I love it. So we're going to retweet this out, and hopefully some people will come on over. And like I'd mentioned before, I can't quite see the comments right this second, so we'll get to them all. The other night we had, again, over 200 comments, and I keep saying we, it's just me, but anyway, I responded to all of them. So it's an honor to actually be able to interact with you guys. Now here's a cool one. Florida gets it. Dogecoin is the people's crypto. Let's see what this is. Now accepting Dogecoin. Florida restaurant. Now this is cool. This is super cool. Florida restaurant begins accepting cryptocurrency. Now I'm curious. I'm going to have to look into this because I'm wondering if it's through BitPay or something else. I'm learning that BitPay, I guess, is one of the ones that is that's being used quite a bit for merchants to be able to accept it. So we're going to get out of Twitter here for a minute, come back to the comments, and see what we got going on. Hey, Alexander, how's it going, my friend? We just about live on Webull. Yeah. We're just about live. Sorry. Yeah. Hey, I don't know if you've seen it yet, and I'm not saying this at all because I don't know why I got it, because it's like I haven't even traded on the platform yet, but I'm gonna move this. But you might see here that the buy button is live on Webull. So it's in beta, as was mentioned last night, and I think even the night before, and I had not even seen the message or anything, but this morning I got an email. I went to the app first on my phone, and I saw, yep, I can do it. And then I also, moving all that around. I also went to my desktop, and then sure enough, the Buy Doge is on there. I'm going to, if timing works out, I'll go live when I get ready to make my first purchase of Dogecoin on Webull, and I will capture that as a live. So, but I'm super excited, super excited, honestly, about being able to use Webull. I hope that some of these websites that show the volume that's going through the different exchanges will list Webull when they do. It was interesting. And Alexander, I think maybe you're just joining, but when we started out, I showed the screen. I'll pull it up here in a minute because we've got some new folks joining, but they didn't list Robinhood, and they obviously don't have Webull yet because it's just in beta. How high can it go this night? That's a really good question. First, last. I'm only going to guess, honestly, that it's probably going to be 33. Well, it's already at 33, 34, maybe 35, only because of how it's kind of done the last couple of nights. But who knows? Not because I want to be a Debbie Downer. I would love to see it go to 50. But the reality, I think, is at this time of night, and of course it's night for me here in the U.S., and if you're in the U.S., it obviously is for you as well. Let me get back to the current time on this real quick, so bear with me. And okay, here we are. The reality is, I don't know what kind of catalyst we can expect tonight, other than maybe a lot of people in other time zones just buying a lot or selling a lot, right? So I think it's a little bit calmer, quote unquote, this time of night. The other thing that I would be really interested in that you're making me think about, that I need to take a mental note right now, but I want to research, actually, when you look at the volume, what's the percentage of volume by, I'm just going to say region or country, right? So North America, I'm curious what percentage of the Dogecoin volume is represented by those in North America versus, Central America, Europe, Asia, what have you. That would be a real interesting thing to know. Not live for you yet. Yeah, I hear a lot of people are trading on it now. I would have already bought some, or at least I would have put in a limit order to buy some, probably in the 30-cent range, maybe 29-cent range, something like that. I'd at least try. But again, I got the button active. I got put into the beta, so it must be purely random because, like I said, I haven't even transacted on Webull yet. I did not have my account funded. In hindsight, I wish I'd already started transferring some money in there later, but I have some on the way. And since it's over the weekend, I don't know if that's the same way that Robinhood does. When I got my Robinhood account, it was a weekday, I think. But since it's a weekend, they said basically, hey, we'll give you your buying power, quote unquote, the next business day. So tomorrow, I should be able to do it. That's possible. It's very possible. Very possible that we have a spike ahead of 420. So that's tomorrow, right? Tomorrow the 19th. Yep, tomorrow's the 19th. Tuesday is 420. Again, I'm thinking about streaming, just turning on the stream, and may not be able to physically be on it all day long because I do have, quote unquote, a day job. But it's 420. Who knows what's going to happen? So I think one thing, Slim Jim, and I'm going to look this up here in a minute with everybody on. I think Slim Jim is going to do something on 420. Obviously, SpaceX is going to be doing their thing, and obviously everyone is hoping, assuming that Elon Musk will say something about Dogecoin on that day as well. And isn't that just amazing, honestly, that someone famous and someone rich, the richest man in the world, can just say something on Twitter, and it I guess gets people obviously moving. And so if we didn't have those kinds of things, those kinds of catalysts, I really wonder where Dogecoin would be. And so I think we owe a certain amount of gratitude, right, if you will, to maybe any one single person, Elon Musk, but of course Mark Cuban has talked about it as well. And there are merchants that are now accepting it, that type of thing. So it's really cool. Really liking the fact that it's got so much momentum behind it. But I'm just happy that I'm back in it. Another interesting story that I've talked about some, but when I got out of Dogecoin there for a little while, and again, it was only so that I could take some profit and basically buy more Dogecoin without me having to take any more money out of the bank. That was at least the thought in my head. It didn't work out the way that I wanted it to, but now that I'm back in, I still want to get more. So, I want to obviously get in before it gets to that point of no return where it maybe will never go below 50 cents again, for example, or at some point it's never going to go below $1 again. And I quite honestly, kind of panicked. So I had Ethereum. So when I sold the Dogecoin, and it became obvious that it was going to hover in the 40-cent range for a while, I'm like, I'm not going to buy back in at 40. I'm like, it's surely going to go down below, and it stayed in the 40s for what seemed like an eternity. And so I did buy back in at 35. I had Ethereum, so I temporarily put my money in there because it had been doing some really, really good things. And as fate would have it, thankfully, because I panicked in one sense, I got it out of Ethereum, took a little bit of a loss, not much, sold that back, and then got back into Dogecoin at 35. Obviously, it would have been nice to get back in at some of these other lows that we've seen over the last couple of days, but nonetheless, I'm back in. But thank goodness I sold Ethereum when I did, because it took a hit. Now, of course, that hit was only temporary, but it's like everything else. Timing is important. It's possible that I could have had to wait that out even longer. So I'm glad that I got out of that. So let me share one of the other things that I thought was really interesting that I heard today, and I can't verify it because it's secondhand. But I heard a very interesting thing today that 9,000 Dogecoin, or that last week there were 9,000 millionaires made through Dogecoin. Now, isn't that amazing? Again, I don't know that it's 100% accurate. I think it's a fairly trustworthy source. So, at least the information they got, I'm sure that they think that it's accurate. So if it's true, that's truly amazing. I hope that everyone on this live stream is also one of these days one of those Dogecoin millionaires. Wouldn't that be amazing? So I know I have a model that takes me to $1 million at some point. Of course, that requires more investment. I don't have enough Dogecoin right now at this point to get there realistically, right? I don't think even at $100 a share, I'm sorry, not a share, a coin, but I don't even think at $100 a coin with what I have right now, I'm not going to bother doing the math, that I would get there. So unfortunately, before I sold and then had to buy back in at a higher price, there was a realistic model for that. So that's all right, though. I'm going to get back in. I'm going to, dollar cost average, if you will, to a point where hopefully I'm at least to that 50,000. That's the main goal, is to get to 50,000, at least 50,000 Dogecoin. There was, one of our friends, I call all of you friends. I hope you're okay with that. So, because I can't remember all of the names, but you're all friends as far as I'm concerned. So one of our friends, I believe it was last night, and some of these nights run together, but they had about 250,000 Dogecoin, which I'm like, that dang, man, that's awesome. I wish I was sitting there, but I'm happy for them. I'm happy for them. Just got to hold, my friend. We will get there eventually. Yes, we will. We will. I'm I'm completely convinced, although I'm not investing money that I'm not willing to lose. I don't want to lose it, don't get me wrong. And I have a plan B and a plan C. So I'm not just, you know, becoming a couch potato and just sitting and waiting for Dogecoin to go to the moon, which I think it will and beyond. But I think it's prudent and wise and, the right thing to do to also have a plan A, a plan B. We obviously can't control everything. Against all odds, I would hope that it could never happen, but, our governments could decide to introduce regulation that would be problematic. You guys may have heard, and, I was wondering last night when I was live streaming, because once I go live, I don't, other than going to Twitter and kind of using that as a way to not only show, the live audience some things that are maybe going on there, and using that as a way to maybe, generate some engagement and bring some people onto the stream. Other than that, I try not to be surfing, if you will, the internet while I'm live streaming. So, those that are participating in the live stream, since they're not on camera, if you will, it's a little bit easier. So, you guys are actually able to find out things that during a 4-hour stream, I don't even know. And yesterday, like many days, I've got a normal job like probably most of you do. And so there's only so much I can do during the day when I'm focusing on work. So, but, again, generally speaking, cryptocurrency had a bad, day or so, and there's speculation, at least. There's no way to actually know if it's true yet or not, because I don't think anyone can verify it. But the U.S. Treasury and maybe the SEC is involved, I don't know, but the U.S. Treasury supposedly is looking into a number of institutions that have potentially been using cryptocurrency to basically launder money. And so a lot of people potentially reacted to that, and that's why there was such a downfall. And I mean, it's amazing to think that literally, billions of dollars could, in essence, in market cap, could just disappear. So, although Dogecoin didn't take near the dive that most of the other ones did, they did take a hit and went under the 40 billion market cap level, but now it's back up to 42 billion. Already shared that earlier in the stream, but they're back up also to number 6 on the ranking at 42 billion, and they've surpassed Cardano. XRP's ahead of them and some others, but they are, they're in 6th place, which is just crazy and amazing. Worth more than Ford Motor Company and Barclay Bank, I think, is the other one. Crazy. I do want to say as well, I've literally been talking about this for probably about 40 days, and many of you are new because, again, I started covering Dogecoin, and most of you didn't even know who I was, 5 days ago. So I want to say thank you, but I'm giving away a couple of these watches. It's Flex Watch. I really like this company. I sent a direct message to one of the co-founders of the company, and they actually were on the show The Prophet. I don't know if you've ever seen that, where that guy comes on and basically says, this is what you're doing wrong. I'll help you, but you're going to have to let me basically run the show. And, this company, Flex Watch, and I'm going to make this really, really short, but I want you to know why I'm giving them away. They had traditionally taken 10%, I believe it's 10% of their profits, and gave it to different causes, whether that's water, clean water for parts of the world where that's a problem to get, or whether that's, feeding those that are hungry, or, wounded warrior type things. And so they have these watches that have different themes. And then again, part of the profits goes to those causes. and they had at some point gone away from that. I think they came to the conclusion that it wasn't really helping or something. And when the profit guy came into their world, if you will, he's like, I actually like the fact that y'all used to do that. You need to bring it back. So it's back. It's a part of what they do. It's a part of their DNA. It's probably something they will never stop doing again. I'm guessing that the prophet probably became an owner, equity owner in somewhere or another. So he probably maybe more behind the scenes, but probably has an ongoing impact on what they're doing. So I sent a direct message to the co-founder, told him that I was going live for 100 days straight, told him that I wanted to kind of promote their company because I liked the fact that they had a meaningful social aspect to their company, and they sent me some watches. So I'm going to be giving away a couple of these, so you guys keep coming back. I've been telling I'd normally go live on Facebook and Twitter and Periscope and Twitch and DLive and all of that, but I've been going live pretty much ever since I started talking about Dogecoin exclusively on YouTube, and this giveaway is exclusively going to be on YouTube. So, these watches aren't super expensive. You could just go buy one. They have a 50% off deal even right now where you could get one of some of these watches for like $25 or even $40. And that's the other thing I actually like about the company is all of their watches are, for the most part, affordable. So you guys keep hanging out, and it's not going to be forever. I'm not. It's not going to be super long before I start giving these away. So I'll be sharing more details about that soon. QAnon thing. Okay, it very well could be. But what are you? Which topic are you talking about? So I'm sorry, I don't even. Of course, I've been talking about a number of different things with regards to what's true. Yeah, I'm not sure. I do know that this was really interesting, and you guys saw it if you were on the live stream last night. But last night on Twitter, you could find it everywhere. There was someone saying that someone had bought I think it was trillion. One, I think, said 3 trillion. Another one said 1 trillion, but that they had bought up all this Dogecoin. And of course, the thing that hit me, and I think it's accurate from the standpoint of way the market would probably react, is if. And then there was a Discord link, and you go to the Discord link, and you couldn't get in. So I don't even know what they were trying to accomplish. I don't think they actually did accomplish anything. In other words, I don't think they had any impact on Dogecoin, but it was hovering at 27 last night a lot of the time while we were doing the stream, and but they were I'm like, if someone had bought 3 trillion tokens, the price would have gone up, and it stayed pretty much in a well-defined range all night. Oh, the money laundering thing. Okay, yeah. That's probably why no one's been able to confirm it yet, but that goes to show that even a rumor, can have an impact because it's there's no other. I haven't found any anyway, and if you guys have, let me know what other explanations are floating around out there with regards to why Bitcoin and Ethereum and some of the others took such a bloodbath. And again, the other interesting thing is one man's loss is another man's gain, as they say, because some people that had some money ready to invest, obviously bought in to Bitcoin and probably Ethereum and others because they got a really good deal. I think Bitcoin went down to 51 or so, maybe even as low as 50. I'm not 100% certain, but it's back up to 57, at least when we looked, 5,700 when we looked just a few minutes ago. And so there were people that got some really good deals. Hey, Manny, you're back, man. Good to see you. We've just been talking about a number of things. I'll show you again. I'm giving away a couple of watches, so it's probably not going to be a problem for you to get in on this because you'll be here on YouTube. Going to give these away. But one of the things that I mentioned earlier, so I know we've got a few other people joining. I heard a very interesting tidbit that I'm going to assume for now is accurate. It doesn't surprise me that it could be true, but 9,000 millionaires were made last week. Dogecoin investors, right? So that's I know Alexander heard that because he's like, we can do it. We need to just hold. So I agree. I completely agree. The other thing that I think is just a testament to how strong Dogecoin is and how much of a not joke it is anymore is that it lost a few spots in the ranking, went down in market cap, somewhere in the high 30s, 30 billion market cap. It's back up to 42. Which was where it was at basically before the drop, and it's back to number 6. So I think we're making, I think we're on to something, right? So that, which is cool. When Bitcoin dropped, you put 100 in. Yeah, there you go. I've never invested in Bitcoin, but I'm glad. Yeah. I bought Ethereum, and if I had not wanted to be all in, if you will, with Dogecoin, I would have kept it in Ethereum, and it would have been a good time to get into that, I think, as well. Hearing a lot of good things about so many cryptocurrencies that it's just actually mind-boggling and makes me dizzy sometimes, but I will say that Dogecoin, at least for me, will be one that will be one of the top ones that I'll be into, regardless of the other things that come and go or whatever. I think it is on a trajectory to be a part of history, if you will. Already made some history, and it's going to be cool to be a part of that. Not only at a personal level, but to be a part of a community that has, grabbed a hold of something that can be really meaningful. What do you think needs to happen to get us past 40? As you know, it's already been past 40 just a couple of days ago. I lose track of time, honestly, because these cryptocurrencies, as you know, trade 24/7, and we have to sleep at some point. But I think, as I think it might have been Alexander mentioned, and it may have been one of you other guys, and so I apologize. Maybe it was Brandon, but anyway, there was this comment that it's very likely or possible that we could see another push up in anticipation of 420. So in other words, tomorrow there could be some action in anticipation of 420. And if that happens, obviously if they're doing that in anticipation of 420, it's going to drive it up probably to a point where it's probably going to hold. And then only when 420 comes along, depending on what actually happens on 420, that will likely either drive it up more, or we'll see some kind of a correction. But so that could be one thing. As any number of things could happen, and any one of some of these things could be enough to bring it to 40. But Elon Musk could tweet something tomorrow that would, some of his tweets I think have of course, it's hard to know what other factors, but him tweeting alone sometimes seems to be able to bring it up at least 10 cents. So that could be something. Another merchant of some sort could come out, especially if it's one well-known, could come out and announce that they're accepting Dogecoin as a form of payment. I did look up today, and I'm actually going to pull this up because I think it's interesting. So hang with me here for a minute. I'm going to pull up BitPay. I don't know if you guys have heard. Actually, let me show you this one first. This article that I found on Yahoo Finance. Yahoo Finance is basically just reposting a article, I guess, from Benzinga, but Dogecoin as payment option gains momentum as meme currency shoots for the moon. And then I'm going to get back to the question because I think it's somewhat related of what it would take to get to or above 40. Of course, we know rising popularity. You guys probably saw this tweet from Elon Musk. I want to get to the part where it talks about the other merchants. Where is it? Okay. Okay, here we go. Here are a few of them, and they're, probably not things that people have necessarily heard a lot of, but as you can see here, EasyDN on Friday, EasyDN, a Canadian web hosting provider, said it has begun accepting Doge and has already been accepting Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin. In a blog post, the company took a dig at Musk, claiming it beat him to the punch. Well, maybe we'll go and look at that a little bit later. And then another one, Bots, a robotics company, said Friday it had become, one of the first publicly traded companies to accept Dogecoin as a form of payment for all of its products and services. Like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin, Dogecoin is also a popular cryptocurrency people use to buy and trade, the company said in a release. Now, again, I'm curious. I would love to hear you guys' thoughts on, and we talk about it a lot, and I think it's going to be the case, but, I'm curious what the impact of taxing, when you use this as a currency, you're obviously using it to pay, so it kind of acts like a currency, but it comes with a tax that you don't have when you're using dollars. Now, you could probably argue, maybe one of the arguments, love to know what you guys think, and I'm going to return to the comments here in just a minute, but you would, it's very possible that with the appreciation in a cryptocurrency over the dollar, which is, in many cases probably losing value, right, because of inflation and the fact that we can print more money and all the things, it may be that's either a wash or even paying a 15% tax. Let's say you're still much, much better off. I don't know. There's probably a lot of modeling that would have to go into that, a lot of factors that you would have to look into. Of course, you guys probably already know that the Dallas Mavericks are accepting Dogecoin, but it's not only Dogecoin. And basically the way they were able to accept it is through this company called BitPay. And I'm going to go to that website in a minute. What is not being said about these others is I wonder if EasyDN and Bots, I wonder if they're also doing that through BitPay. BitPay seems to be one of the ones that seems to be used the most to be able to do this credit card type processing with cryptocurrencies. Now, also a luxury hotel chain, Kessler Group, which I've never heard of, but that doesn't mean anything. But they, on March 9th, said we'll partner with BitPay. Here we go again. BitPay keeps coming up to accept Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, and several other cryptocurrencies, including 4 stable coins as payment. Now, here's the question I have. And I'm guessing that I have an answer, but if you guys know, I'd love to hear or like to hear your guess as well. I'm going to guess that the merchant, if you will, or the company, let's say the hotel or the Mavericks, I'm going to guess that they ultimately get US dollars, but with some kind of a transaction fee, but at the price of, I don't even know, right? So in other words, I wonder if each of these merchants have an account with BitPay or a wallet of some sort where they can accumulate these different cryptocurrencies, or if they ultimately get US dollars. That's something that literally just hit me now, that I'm curious about. I'm just a curious creature, so it doesn't matter in one sense, because again, we've talked about this as a catalyst. What matters more is that as more and more people are able to use Dogecoin to pay for goods and services, I think that can only help drive up the price of Dogecoin. Air Baltic also taking Bitcoin and Dogecoin. Amazon. This is an interesting, because we talked about Amazon the other night, and we were like, one of the catalysts could be if Amazon started accepting Dogecoin. And I'm going to show you here in a minute one indication that maybe that's on the horizon. But here, change.org has been used, I guess, to basically petition for Amazon to accept it. That would be huge. We talked about that last night. That would be huge if Walmart, especially Walmart.com, to a certain extent, even Target.com and others, Best Buy, whatever, those kinds of things. Imagine if some of these other, and I'm trying to think of some, right, but all these other big online and even primarily online merchants started taking it. But what I wanted to show you is I'm going to go to the BitPay. Now that I've shown you this article, I'm going to go to BitPay merchants, and this is a curated list, so it doesn't really show everything, but here's something that's pretty interesting. Gift cards is listed. So you can purchase gift cards instantly in our browser extension. So I guess there is, I don't know if they mean, I'm going to click on this because I don't know what they mean by, okay, it's the BitPay browser extension. I've not actually, I had not clicked through on this yet, but you can do DoorDash, all of this. Spend crypto instantly at Amazon and hundreds of other brands with BitPay's new browser extension. So that might actually mean that you could use, it says instantly at Amazon. It doesn't say instantly at Amazon for gift cards. So maybe it's not only gift cards, right? That screen that we just looked at, because it's under this category of gift cards, would make you believe that it's only for gift cards. But let's just, for curiosity, click on Delta and see if it says anything different. Yeah, it's not clear to me, but I think this is a catalyst, right? And so the reason I brought this up is because, again, I think things like this could also be a way that we get up to and above 40 cents again. So First Last says, and I'm curious if you're still on, but how high can we get tonight? I think I already actually brought this one up. I'm going to guess that we're going to stay in the, quote unquote low to mid 30s would be my guess, maybe 35 at the highest. But of course, there's no way for me to know for sure. So yeah, back to this just for a moment. Jose, I'm assuming, I don't know, I'm probably gonna botch this, but Jose, I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce your name. Maybe you can just give me a thumbs up if I got it right, and I apologize if I didn't. But I think one way that we might be able to get past 40 is, again, it normally takes some kind of, because of the nature of Dogecoin and its, the way that it's risen to where it's at, a lot of that has to do with Reddit, right, and Twitter, and just people pumping it and all of that. It getting more traction, I think, will be, how we'll get to above 40 again. I personally, and I said this last night, I wish this for me and others that want to accumulate and want to hold and looking for that big payday, if you will. I would love to see it go down to 14 because I would buy back in, right? Or not buy back in. I would increase my my position. If it goes to 50 tomorrow, it's going to be exciting. I'm going to talk about it. We're going to live stream about it. We're going to get excited, and it's going to be amazing. But I'm not in it to sell it at 50, quite honestly. I'm in it to sell it maybe at some point at $20. It may never get to 20. I would probably sell it at 10, but I'm in it to win it, if you will, in it for the long term. So I think that's important in one sense to say that I think any of us that are in it for the long haul, we're going to see some times where it's going to be like, oh no, it went down to 20. It was at 50 and now it's at 20. It lost 30 cents in one day or within an hour. Some of those things are probably going to happen, and then we're going to get to the point where there's probably going to be a little bit more stability. Think about the fact that for months, if not over a year, it was super flat at some price under a penny. And then Elon Musk does tweets something, and some of his first tweets he even says, and I don't know if he was just saying what I'm about to say because he didn't want people to think that he thought it was serious, maybe behind the scene, but behind closed doors, if you will, he actually did. But he said that some of his earliest tweets about Dogecoin were in jest. They were just a joke about a joke. But it had the opposite effect. And then there's one video of him talking about the irony, really, in essence, of a joke becoming something that's not a joke anymore, and something that actually has, gained some traction. Do you know what's up with Binance not allowing Dogecoin? No, I don't know. You would think that I think they're one of the biggest, if not the biggest exchange. I'm not talking about U.S. versus whatever. I think they are by volume the biggest exchange out there. I have no idea why they're not going to cover Dogecoin. I can't even get an account on Binance, honestly, because I live in Texas, and for whatever reason, and I know this is true for other states, for certain currencies, cryptocurrencies that is, or even certain platforms. New York, I know, from what I understand, is very restrictive. Massachusetts may actually be banning Robinhood, I've heard, if they can. I know some people try to get around some of those things with VPNs and various different things. I'm not going to do that because I have no idea what kind of trouble that could get you in. I don't need any trouble, but I tried to sign up for Binance.us and wasn't able to get an account. So I don't know, but honestly, at least this is my perspective. Between Robinhood and Webull, unless there's something I don't know, as long as I can buy the number of coins that I want to buy at truly market price, or or with a limit order, or sell that's executed properly, if you will. I'm plenty happy to do that on Robinhood or Webull. I would like to see Webull also bring on some others that they don't have right now, like Cardano. I don't think you can get, XRP, of course, is kind of controversial right now. They were delisted from Coinbase, but there are some more that I would like to see. But yeah, I don't know why Binance is not doing that. I don't have a Binance account, but I'd be curious if anyone uses Binance. I'm not opposed to them, just can't use it. I'd be curious if anyone here on the stream tonight uses that and what they think. It does look to me like their interface is pretty cool. It's, I think, web-based, very similar to Webull, it seems, with regards to the ability to do the technical analysis and those kinds of things. So, looks pretty cool. Oh, forgot to tell me, I live in Brownsville, Texas. Hey, Yes, that's right. SpaceX Launchpad also has a home here. Really? Wow. He has a um isn't there also doesn't SpaceX also have some stuff in Corpus Christi? But that's really cool. Glad to hear that you're a fellow Texan. Yeah, I you met him twice at the store. That is so cool. Well, there was a guy on last night, and I hope he maybe joins again tonight. But there was a guy on last night, and some of you may remember because as long as I can, I'm pulling up all the comments. Um, and there was a guy last night that said he was an engineer with SpaceX. He's out in Hawthorne, California. But I the more and more I watch some of the interviews and things with Elon Musk, more and more I like him. He strikes me as being eccentric in some ways, but there's just a lot going on in that brain. I would think, right? Lot going on. Um, but I think that he probably shares a lot of the same ways that I would think about things in a lot of different ways. So that helps in many ways. But yeah, I like the fact that he's in Texas, and it's pretty cool. I would love to meet him sometime too. Etsy is pretty good stock. Shane highly recommended. Yes, I've heard that, and I've been out of the stock market or equities for quite a while, probably since about 2008. But I'm back, and going to be investing in not only cryptocurrencies but stock as well. And yeah, Etsy is I think not only a great platform, but since it's a great platform, I think it's no question a good stock. Etsy has facilitated a lot of entrepreneurial activity, if you will, which I think is awesome, which I think is great. I'm a big supporter of small business, of entrepreneurs. I think it's awesome. I think it's a great platform. Who knows? One of these days, I may even create a Etsy quote unquote shop of my own. It'd probably be more digital type stuff, and there are a lot of other good platforms for that as well. But thanks for the tip. I have no doubt that it's a great stock. Jose, did you need to give me a thumbs up, my friend, if I'm pronouncing your name right? But you're from South Texas. That's awesome. Welcome, fellow Texan. That's awesome. I know we've got quite a few people from Texas, so that's great. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I know that I think that they're Jose on Robinhood, and maybe I'm just too kind. um, but I think I'm going to give them benefit of the doubt, although those that had trouble with it probably don't want to, and that's fine. I get that, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I want to believe that they truly do want to democratize, if you will, the ability for the average person to be able to participate in investing and all those kinds of things. And again, I said this earlier in the stream, I can guarantee you, if Robinhood had not come along, do you think TD Ameritrade? Do you think E-Trade? Do you think that Fidelity, to the extent that they do, all the others, do you think they would have gone to a no commission process? Why would they? Right? There's no reason that they would have gone to no commissions. It took a disruptor like Robinhood to basically make that happen. So if nothing else, I think they get the credit for doing that. Now we have platforms like Webull, which is also commission free. So it's healthy competition for Robinhood as well to solve, their technical problems and others. And again, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. For some of the things here over the last couple of days with Dogecoin, I think have been technical difficulties. There are those that believe, and I don't think that this can be substantiated, but actually some of the largest holders of Dogecoin specifically are people involved in, I guess, the Robinhood company, quote unquote. So I think that their intentions are good. They've had problems with regards to GameStop, that whole thing. You know, I'm not making excuses. They had to cover themselves and protect themselves. I guess the question would be, would we rather them not be here anymore? And that's certainly your right to wish that. I'm not going to judge either way. Or would we rather that, they had, quote unquote, kind of halted thing, and that's not unprecedented, right? They're certainly not the first organization, if you will, to halt trading on their platform to keep them from basically ceasing to exist. So I've not studied that a whole lot. So again, I'm not making excuses from them. I know a lot of people say they'll never go back to Robinhood, and I've been through similar things in the sense that I've certainly had encounters with a company where it was bad enough that I'm like, I'm never doing business with them again. So I understand that sentiment, and everyone can do what they think is right. Oh, that's amazing. He certainly buy the whole town. How in the world do you buy the whole town? I mean, I guess you just offer an insane amount of money to everyone, and but that would be amazing. That would be just incredible. Can't wait to see what happens there. And name it Starbase. I'm curious. This is completely unrelated, for the most part, with Dogecoin and cryptocurrencies in general. But since you can't really talk about Dogecoin without talking about Elon Musk, because he's been such a catalyst to its rise, if you will. I'm curious how many of you have either considered it or have ordered or signed up for the beta for the internet service that he's offering. I'm very, very tempted, and I mentioned that the other night, but I'm very, very tempted to get in on that platform or on that service, because I do live in the demographic, we're more rural instead of urban. We're urban too dense for that, for the most part, to work. So it's really intended for those that live out in the areas where internet generally is not available. It's for those that don't know, it's low orbit satellites with low latency internet that's, I think in the 100 megabyte per second or megabit per second range. So I'm pretty impressed. The only thing I don't like about it is it's not really very mobile. In other words, you can't put it on top of an RV and drive across the country and reuse it. It's more stationary. I mean, it has, I guess, a certain range to it, but it's not really mobile. But that's really a small deal as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Hey, thanks. I just want to say thank you for being on the program. I'm curious, for those of you, if you don't mind me asking, if this is your first time to be on one of my live streams, I would love to know how you found it. There's probably the two most likely ways is you either searched on YouTube. I have seen and looking at the analytics that my live streams are being suggested some by YouTube, so that's cool. And then probably a good number of you have found me through Twitter. And talking like this, as long as I talk, I have to drink some water. So let me take a drink real quick. Wow, that's crazy, Keith. That's like, I don't even, who would even want to stay, right? I mean, unless it's your only choice, it's like, why would you want to stay on an exchange where it got hacked and people lost money? And I'll be honest, it's even like Robinhood, and maybe that's true on all of the platforms with regards to cryptocurrency, except for maybe a few. But your cryptocurrency on Robinhood or Webull, and I guess they're all, like any of them, susceptible somehow to some of that. But that's not FDIC insured or SDIC insured. There are a few that I've seen that somehow or another get SDIC insurance, but yeah, there's a lot of I guess potential exposure out there. So Jose says Twitter, hey, thanks, Jose. I'm gonna ask a big favor of you if you follow me on Twitter as well. That would be awesome. That'd be amazing. Would mean a lot to me. Speaking of which, while I'm kind of just waiting on some more comments to come through, and I could just talk, and I will, but while I'm waiting on some comments to come through, let's kind of scroll through Twitter again. This is the only time sometimes I get to sit down and look at this as well, so we can look at some of them together. I'm liking some of these pictures. Bitcoin, Dogecoin. That's a good one. Okay, I gotta show that one some love, and we'll retweet it and give them a little bonus, which is to say, hey, come join us on our live stream. But as I mentioned earlier, and this is going to be repeat for some, but I'm never I continue to be amazed at the creativity and the level of effort that people put out to talk about Dogecoin. Yep. Still can't get over the fact that about a week ago, Dogecoin, and this was just 3 hours ago, was hovering just about 7 cents. Let's be grateful and thankful for the new floor. So I like actually going through this because it also kind of jogs my memory and also gives me things to talk about that I think are relevant and relatable. I think this goes to my story a little bit about selling all of my Dogecoin. I guess it's been about 4 or 5 days ago now. Again, I think with the best of intentions. Of course, any intention that you have, they're yours, so there's not really a best intention per se. But as it, in hindsight, it was risky and it turned out to not work out so well with regards to my goal, at least. When I sold it, my average cost was in the 7 cent range. So, that's just, heart wrenching in one sense that I basically bought back in at 35. So I'm pretty bummed about that. But we're going to show this one some love as well. And I'm sure some of you, I'm definitely not going to ask you to share that. That's like again, a heart-wrenching kind of thing to have to go through. And like I mentioned, I basically got into a panic state. And like, I need to get back into Dogecoin. I don't want to miss this. And so we all, I guess, have the can fall into that trap, and honestly, right, as it turns out, I could have, had I been more patient, had I not been quote unquote so emotional, I could have got back in the low 20s, but I didn't. But that's okay. Like I've mentioned before, I'm just happy to be back in. And honestly, as much as I would like to have those pennies back, the reality is I'm in it for the long term, and so I'm okay. So you guys are going to have to let me know what else you'd like to talk about. I'd be curious to know what y'all think is going to happen on 420. The only thing that I know that's, if you will, actually scheduled to happen is a launch, SpaceX launch, think it's going to the moon or a space station or something. I'm sorry, I don't honestly even know. Just so many things going on. And then I think Slim Jim is going to release something. So actually, if you guys don't mind, let's search here real quick, and I'm going to search that Slim Jim 420. Let's see if anything comes up. Doge Day 420 Slim Jim on Twitter. Let's see. Doge Day 420. RT, if you're ready to rise up, Doge Army on 420. Okay. Wow. Look at this. This has got 4,000. Wow. 4,000 retweets. That's insane. But that still doesn't tell me if Slim Jim's doing anything on 420. If you guys know that they've announced something, let me know. But okay, this is a really interesting thing. This also makes me wonder how you find this. One of the other streamers during the day, right? I'm the night shift. One of the other streamers during the day that has a large following, and congratulations to him. I think that's awesome. Talks about being able to bring up the, in essence, Dogecoin wallet. So I've not figured out how to do that yet, but I'd love to. So I wonder, wow, this is funny. This is in, okay, equivalent US dollars. Look at that. Wow. If that's right, that's just totally crazy. That's 4 trillion. Right? Am I looking at that right? $4 trillion, $7 trillion, $7 trillion, $10 trillion. Wow. So this is what people talk about, and this could be the day that's not so good if it ever happens, and it could. And honestly, it could be a day that ultimately, in a sense, makes more millionaires, and I'll try to make it clear what I'm talking about. If these so-called whales decide to maybe fully cash out or cash out in a big way, obviously a bunch of Dogecoin dumped or sold, all things being equal, typically would cause Dogecoin to go down considerably, right? Because people are going to try to, there's going to be like this chain reaction, and it could cause Dogecoin to go down, I guess, considerably. So I'm not, I don't know that this picture, first I'll say, I don't know if this picture is accurate. This could have been easily put into an Excel spreadsheet. It could be here to drive either a negative response, a positive response. I have no idea, but I have heard that the at least 50% of the total supply of Dogecoin is in the hands of roughly 20 people. So this may or may not be true. So because I don't know, I'm not going to retweet this one. Dogecoin, we are in it together. This is the way. This is the way, yeah. I like that. I like that one a lot. And I'm going to come back to the comments here. Like I've said before, I am going to work on a way where I can more easily see the comments while I'm kind of on some other screens and stuff. But we work with what we have. All right, Keith. Hey, well, it was May of 2019, but losses totaled more than 40 million. Yep. There's there's going to be those days. We those of us that are going to be hodlers, I guess we're going to have potentially thick skin, or just nerves of steel. That's a better term, and going to have to probably work through some days that are not the best days for Dogecoin. As much as we love it, right? I mean, it's just like anything else. We can love it and even want to marry it if that would even be possible. We're not able to control all of the factors. There's external factors that we have no control of. Even the most exuberant community has its limits. So, whoa, Manny, which one are you talking about? Which tweet are you talking about? The wallets that the concentration of the wallets. Let me know if you don't mind what you're referring to. Someone send me some Doge. Hey, do you have a wallet? I don't have any to send you, but do you? How would we send it to you? What price do we hold to? That's a really good question. Thanks for asking it. I'll give you my thought, my opinion, and that's what it is. It's not advice, just FYI. But what price do we hold to? I have to say, like a consultant would say, and I've been a consultant for the last 25 years in my quote-unquote day job, but it depends, because it depends, for one, and then, engage, if you will, with me here, but it depends on your goal. If your goal is to make, let's say, $2,000, right, then you hold until it gets to a price where you can make $2,000. And I know that sounds simple. I don't mean that sarcastically at all. Again, think about, there's actually, and I'm going to fully answer your question, but think about for a moment what I said earlier, and John Doe, maybe that's the way you say your name. I apologize if I don't say it right. Think about what I said a minute ago, which you may have not been on the stream to hear, but the average account for a Robinhood user is $250, $250 US dollars. And there are those that would suggest that Robinhood is actually maybe the worst thing possible for the investment community, because the assumption is that that these $250 account holders, that they're not analyzing anything. They don't really know anything about what they're doing, and so they just put some money in there and hope. But it's their money. It's their $250. They can do what they want to do. And I think it's actually way inappropriate to assume that that many of these $250 investors don't know anything. But again, this is on the positive side of Robinhood, as far as I'm concerned. Again, that wouldn't even be possible for many people without a Robinhood or now a Webull type of thing, because if they wanted to invest the traditional way on TD Ameritrade or others, what you're looking at in their heyday, $12, maybe even $20 to buy, and then the same to sell, or something along those lines. So that made that type of investment made it very difficult for those that don't have the extra money to do that to ever get ahead. The TD Ameritrades and others, I guess they had internal competition, and that started coming down, but it's still $6, $5, whatever it was to buy, and then the same on the other side to sell. And then along comes Robinhood and says, "Oh, now if you have $250 to invest, you get to invest all of it." So that's pretty cool. But what price do we hold to? I'm holding to $10, $20, something along that range. Is honestly, if it gets to 20, depending on the way that it got to 20 and what's going on, maybe I hold to 50, maybe I hold to 100. It's hard to know if it will ever make it to 100. I think it's actually possible. I don't think it's going to be easy, but I think it's possible. I don't think, although anything's possible, I don't think it's very practical to assume that it would get to 1,000 in our lifetime. It could, but I think 100 is something that we can, that's a glimmer in our eye that might be possible. But 20, I think, is possible in the next 10 years. And I maybe, again, at $10, at $20, that's maybe a place where I would sell, and I'm going to be accumulating until that point. But for you, again, I don't want to minimize the fact that, let's say, $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 profit is not a small amount of money. It could mean the difference in you continuing to pay on a house, let's say, or being able to pay off your mortgage. At that point, it becomes a decision for you. It depends on, do you want to be a millionaire, for example? And there's nothing wrong with not wanting to be, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to be. They're either one, in my opinion, are okay goals. So if you want to be a millionaire at this point in time, at 33 cents a share, you're going to have to, over time, accumulate quite a bit and wait until it gets to, depending on how much you have, $10, $20. So having said that, I'm curious, if you don't mind, again, dialoguing, share with us, the community here that's on this stream, what are your goals? Maybe, do you want to, if you have a mortgage, do you want to pay off your mortgage? Would you be happy with that? Or are you in it for the long term? Slim Jim, it's confirmed. It'll rise on 420. Okay, cool. I'm all for it. I think that's going to be great. I can't wait. Honestly, I think like it was mentioned earlier, it would not surprise me at all. I had not thought of it myself. So our friend here on the stream gets the credit for saying that maybe even tomorrow there could be some anticipation leading up to 420, which is on Tuesday. And so, yeah, I could get to 40 cents tomorrow just on the anticipation of what's going to happen on 420. And Manny, thanks for being active here and engaging. Appreciate it. Do you think Dogecoin will hit $10 by the end of the year? No, I don't. But again, anything can happen. I think it will probably hit $1, maybe $5. Not knowing what could happen, it doesn't seem likely that it would hit 10, not because I don't want it to. I'd love for it to hit 10, especially if I had 100,000 coins. That would be amazing. That would be my goal, right? $1 million. If I'm doing the math right, well, I know I am. If I had 100,000 coins and it made it to 10 by the end of this year, I would be super, super tempted to take at least half of that out and put that away in something that's absolutely secure, right? I don't know necessarily what that would be. When you think about returns, at least, and it's volatile, and there's obviously risk involved, more risky, for the most part than real estate and others, but it is a risk-reward game. There is no other, for the common man, if I can use that term, and woman for that matter, but there is no other asset in the world where you can become financially free. I'll just use that term because the dollar amount can be different depending on how you want to live and all kinds of other things. But to become financially free, there is no other single, and if you can think of one, I honestly want to know it, but there is, in my mind, no other single asset or investment opportunity like cryptocurrency, and at this point in time, like Dogecoin. There are other, coins out there that are fractions of a penny still, but they don't have the momentum behind them at this point in time, at least, that Dogecoin does. Again, like it was mentioned earlier in one of those tweets that we looked at, man, how I wish that my average cost was still at 7 cents and I had 50,000, 100,000 coins, but I don't. And so all I can do is look ahead and continue to work on my strategy. But I personally don't think it will get to 10 by the end of the year, but it could. I would love to you guys let me know what type of catalyst, what kinds of events do you believe could occur that would cause it to go to 10. I'd love to hear about it. ConAgra owns Slim Jim. Yes, they do, as well as it does. Yep. There's speculation that success to Slim Jim is due to Dogecoin applied to other food. That's a very likely scenario. I've brought up last night one of the articles from the CEO of ConAgra talking about how, in this case, like you said, Slim Jim jumping on the Dogecoin bandwagon. Genius of them. I don't know if they purely did it because they knew that it would gain them a following and all that kind of thing, or if they maybe had a genuine interest in it. I guess ultimately it doesn't necessarily matter because it worked for them. But their impressions on Twitter, if I remember the number right, was 5 million more than what they were traditionally getting. 160%, if I remember right, or 161% increase in their followers. So it has been a tremendous success for them, and they won some type of award, and they attribute their attention, if you will, to Dogecoin as the biggest single contributing factor to them winning that award. So it would not surprise me at all if they do. And I'm wondering if ConAgra owns Hunt's, Hunt's tomato ketchup. I saw something on the internet, tying them to Dogecoin as well, but I don't know what it is. If you guys do, you have 13,000 coins. That's great. That's amazing. That's good. I hope you're able to acquire more. But I would say at 13K, you're sitting on a really good investment. I'd be curious if you want to share, but obviously you don't have to. But what you're in it for, average cost wise, and then also are you planning on keeping for the long term, or do you have a very specific goal in mind? 5-to-1 odds to $1. Okay, yeah. I'm not a good odds guy, honestly, but no, I think that 5-to-1 odds to $1. But from in what time frame, John? Are you saying 5-to-1 odds that it'll reach $1 within what, by the end of the month? I think actually it's maybe very possible. We're getting every day. Obviously, we're getting closer to the end of the month. It's the 18th, right? So we've got what is that? 21 days left. Would that be right? Whatever it is. I'm not doing very good at math right now. No, 11 days. 11 days left. So, but a lot can happen in 11 days. It jumped from, again, super low. I don't remember exactly the rise, but it made it all the way up to 50 from 7 or so within a day and a half or something along those lines. So it could happen. Yeah, I think that again, I think that Slim Jim division of ConAgra, genius. It will probably go down in history, marketing history, if you will, with regards to them using the hysteria, and I don't mean that in a bad way at all, but jumping onto the train of the Dogecoin phenomenon, it'll probably go down in history, marketing history, and them being geniuses. I wouldn't be surprised if the marketing person, whoever that was, that had the idea, that they probably maybe they've already gotten a raise. It'd be cool if they gave them like, 200,000 Dogecoin or something like that. Wouldn't that be awesome? Wouldn't it be amazing? We talked about this last night. Wouldn't it be amazing if you got paid a bonus at work in Dogecoin? I'm going to actually, I just thought about this and they'll probably laugh, but I need to bring that up. I work for a fairly small company. I need to bring that up to them. And what I think would be best for companies to do that is to make it optional. In other words, I don't think that they should say, okay, this is the way you're going to get your bonus. It's in Dogecoin. I think anyone that's smart would take it, even if it was forced on them, and not make an issue of it. But I think the right thing to do is say, hey, we'll pay you in cash like we or US dollars if it's a US company or whatever your currency is. We'll pay you like we always have, or we'll pay you in Dogecoin. That'd be amazing. Imagine, there's no way that if you got, let's say you got a $10,000 bonus at the end of the year. Of course, you could turn around and then put that in Dogecoin, and that would be one way to do it. But, the average person is, may or may not know. A lot of people still don't know about Dogecoin. But, that would be cool. And that brings up another point, and then we're starting to see a number of other comments in the chat, and I'm going to get to them. But there are still a ton of people that don't know about Dogecoin. So that's another catalyst as more and more people begin to come aware of it. And again, I'm sorry for those that are really down on Robinhood, and I promise you they're not paying me. They don't even know who I am, just like probably most other people, in the sense that I've never talked to anyone there. The fact of the matter is, someone comes to find out about this like I did, going to Robinhood, and within minutes, literally within minutes, you can have Dogecoin in your portfolio. So that's pretty powerful as far as I'm concerned. Opportunity to capitalize. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think, honestly, and you kind of mentioned this, but you did mention this, this is a perfect opportunity for other companies to take a play out of the playbook, if you will, of Slim Jim. And, like I said, Chick-fil-A, it'd be awesome, super awesome, because I love Chick-fil-A. It'd be awesome if Chick-fil-A would start a campaign on Dogecoin. That'd be great. Of course, they're so into their cow kind of thing. I don't know if they ever would, but it would be super cool. Or Taco Casa. McDonald's probably never would either, but McDonald's could probably capitalize. And here's the other thing, honestly, about that, especially a fast food, well-known fast food brand. If they were to do this, it would also bring in a whole new set of community members. Again, just like I was talking about earlier, imagine how many new people would come into the Dogecoin family, if you will, or potentially come in. So it would expose a lot more people to it. Yes, so don't sell. Anyway, I'm kidding. Holding to see if it passes 50. So if it passes 50, you're going to sell, which would be, again, perfectly fine. Just curious, but you can't turn $1,500 into $4,500 that fast, just about anywhere else in most cases, unless it's some kind of illegal activity. I'm just joking. Yep, Keith, I think that's a good comment. Again, they were genius. I'm sure that in the social media marketing world, which is something I'll say dabble in. I work with some smaller companies and nonprofits and that type of thing to help them grow their social media reach and that type of thing. And some of that's with paid ads and various different things. But I'm sure that, again, this will go down in the history books, and it will probably be a case study or a model that some of these, social media marketing expert kind of things like Social Media Examiner and others will probably talk about. I'm actually honestly surprised. I've not seen it talked about much yet in that circle, but I think again it's genius. Other companies would be really, really smart if they again took a play out of Slim Jim's playbook and did something similar. We talked about this last night, and most of you probably know as well. I'm seeing, of course, a lot of familiar names, some new ones, but there's a NASCAR team back in 2014 that put the Dogecoin logo on their hood and various other places. And as it turns out now, whichever race it is in Las Vegas, I highlighted it last night, but the race, it's NASCAR race, it's in Las Vegas coming up, I think, here pretty soon. It turns out that the sun, so the car number in 2014 was 98. I used to love NASCAR, I still do, but I don't know all the numbers and the drivers. But it turns out that the number 99 car is the son of the 98 car, and the 99 car is going to have Dogecoin, or already has, but has the Dogecoin stuff all over it. Very prominent. Yes, no problem. I mean, no. I get it. You have to start somewhere, right? It's just like when since I was mentioning social media, you have to start somewhere. It's just like, you start out with 0 followers, for example. I started this channel with 0 followers. We're at, again, approaching 500. Maybe we'll get there next week. That would be awesome if we don't get there tonight. But, and if you guys don't mind that are here live, I want to address those that are watching this on the replay. I want to thank you as well for watching. I do want to ask, take this quick break to say, please subscribe, turn on notification if you're getting anything out of this. If you're not, you can, it's fine, but I do appreciate you watching. But yeah, millionaire status for most of us doesn't start, or is not an overnight thing. It's more of a gradual thing, but I think it's completely possible. Again, I mentioned 9,000 millionaires made last week from Dogecoin. Now, many of those may have been people that bought in when it was, again, at fractions of a penny, which would be amazing. But I think literally you could get in right now, today, even at 33, and it's still, I wanted to make sure it was still updating. So it's been up and down around the 33 mark for, I think at least for the last hour. We've been streaming for 2 hours, so it's been, for the most part, staying pretty steady for the last 2 hours. But you could get in it today, not owning any, and you could become a millionaire if that's something you want to do. There are some stars that need to align, obviously, in some of those things, but I think it's possible. Very much, I think it's possible. So, hey, John, thanks for joining. If colleges, universities took cryptocurrency, so since you have a question mark there, I'm assuming you're asking the question. I'm not aware of any that do. That would be an interesting. That would be an interesting case study, with regards to colleges accepting it. I guess in a roundabout way, they could if they used BitPay, for example, or some of those others. And that, brings up a good point. That could be, in some cases, maybe the only way, or one of the best ways for someone to pay for college. Now, of course, another approach is, I guess, if you have a lot of cryptocurrency, you could sell enough to go to school, but then you lose that ability for your money to appreciate like it can in crypto. But yeah, that'd be awesome. Whichever college first announces that, I'm sure that they'll get a lot of. There'll be those that will say that that's kind of crazy, and there'll be others that will praise them for doing it. So I'm not aware of any colleges that accept cryptocurrency for payment, but I don't know. I mean, a lot of people, and I'm not saying this is the right thing to do. Again, it's to each their own, and everyone has to, make their own decisions based upon, their own ability to evaluate things. But I think it's also true that a lot of people are foregoing college. I'm not saying, again, pro or con. I can see a lot of scenarios where some that would go to college traditionally, probably today, all things being equal, probably don't need to, and probably will be as successful, and potentially, because of things that I won't go into, maybe even more likely to succeed or more successful by not going to college. I'm not anti-college, but I don't think that it's for everyone. And I think the day has come where the pressure is not so great to think that it's the only way or the best way to ensure success. I do not believe that. Harvard or Yale, that'd be cool. So, John, you're graduating, right, in December? That's cool. Hey, I'm going to, while we're just kind of waiting for maybe some other comments, let's go to Twitter again and see what else is going on there. I'm going to refresh and actually switch to, instead of, let's see where we go. Here we go. Instead of looking at top, I'm going to look at the latest tweets, and let's see what's going on here in Doge land, or Twitter Doge land. Of course, we have to endure looking at some ads as well, but everyone needs to buy $4.20 of Dogecoin on 420. That's a good one. So we're going to show that some love. Of course, everyone tags Elon, right? Can you imagine running into Elon Musk at a grocery store or something? That'd be pretty cool. I'm also curious if you're here live with me tonight, or maybe you're watching the replay, and you can put this in the comments. Have you ever paid for anything with cryptocurrency? This makes me think of another thing looking at this, although it says Bitcoin trading machine. And that's, I don't know which company that is, but you may or may not know that there are these cryptocurrency ATMs. I think there's like over 1,500 of them. Over 1,500 of them, at least in the United States, which again, I don't see myself ever using that. I think also I know that it's cool to think, and it will be a catalyst. So those of us that are in it more for an investment, as opposed to using it as a replacement for, or I shouldn't even say a replacement, but as an alternative, because I don't think it will replace, but as an alternative to the dollar. For us investors, I don't think that Dogecoin can get to where we want it to go without massive adoption or considerable adoption by merchants as it being a form of payment, and then a lot of people deciding to use it as a form of payment. I don't see myself using it as a form of payment because that would then be diluting or reducing my position, the amount of coins that I have, and my goal is to accumulate more, not to spend it, at least at this point in time. So I'd be super curious to know you guys' perspective on that. It would also be kind of cool. Imagine, especially with all the euphoria going on with GameStop, imagine GameStop saying that they would start taking Dogecoin to buy their games. We talked about this a little bit last night. There's Kevin O'Leary had talked about GameStop and compared them somewhat to Netflix and said, Netflix pivoted or learned or caught the next wave, and they were smart enough to see that people would be even more interested instead of being sent the CDs. So they already, one-upped Blockbuster and other small players by, instead of someone having to physically go in to get the CD, they would send it to them. And then from that, putting it all online, then, imagine GameStop doing the same thing. And he believes that GameStop now has a brand that even if they close most of their GameStop stores, that as a brand, they could still sell games digitally, if you will, and that kind of thing, and add some stuff to their value proposition that would continue to make them relevant. And so imagine that not only they're able to accomplish that, but to make it to where you could buy whatever it is that they're going to be selling with Dogecoin. That'd be cool. Just bought more Doge in case anything happens. Congratulations. Anytime someone buys more Doge, then I think that's awesome. That's amazing. I'm sure I'm not going to lose money since it seems like it's not going to go down below 30. Way to go. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm hoping to get more into my account soon, and as I mentioned before, I'm hoping that my next purchase, I'll be able to do it through Webull. I have no idea why that I got picked to be able to be a part of the beta, other than the fact that it was probably random, because I don't even, when I got that notification, I don't even have any funding. I had not even funded my Webull account yet. In other words, I had not sent any money in there, and I just did that. I transferred some money from PayPal into my bank, and then from my bank, going to move some of that into Webull so that I can buy some Dogecoin, if for no other reason, because I think that Webull is going to be my platform of choice for Dogecoin, because I just like the desktop app that they have. I actually like the phone app. From what I can see, it all looks really, really good. So again, I don't want to make a big deal out of this at all, but if you don't have a Webull account and you're considering one, it would be amazing if you use my link that's in the description. And if you already have Robinhood, you already know you can get some free stock through them. And with Webull, you can also get free stock through them as well. So, I have both accounts. I've already got the one free stock from Webull, and I don't remember even what it was. I'll get 2 more, I believe it is, when the funding comes into my account, and then when I buy the Dogecoin. So that's my plan. I also plan, which I've mentioned again, but probably have some new people listening. And if you're watching again by replay, I'm thinking about, probably will do it. I'm probably going to set up a stream to just live stream on 420. I will not be able to be on that stream the whole time, but I'll probably have my Weeble desktop, if you will, up so people can kind of watch the ups and downs. That way I'll be able to capture it, if you will, for posterity, because surely history is going to be made. And be awesome if you guys could come in when you can and just basically use the chat to talk amongst yourself. And when I'm there, I will interact and all of that. But with the day job, I got that stuff going on as well. Good morning, Aliska. How are you doing? Thanks for joining again. Got several people on here that have increased their position in Dogecoin. A lot of people asking what's it going to take for it to get to above 40 again. And there's a number of single activities or single events that could possibly take it there. Again, an Elon Musk tweet, or there's the thought that tomorrow being the day before 420, that the euphoria of 420 coming, just the excitement of that, there might be some activity that will cause the price to go up tomorrow as well. So it's very possible that today or tonight, before that starts, might be a good time to get in. I don't know how often you all get to look at it. The other good thing, even if you're not where you're going to be buying a lot on any given day, it's worth having, as far as I'm concerned, the Weeble account, just to have the app on your phone. And since they're going to be rolling out Dogecoin to everyone, but I would also get the Robinhood one, just to be able to monitor, how it's kind of up and going down. I would use a limit order to get in, but it's been hovering at 33, roughly 33, in some range in the 33 point, or 33.25, 33.75, whatever, for the last 2.5 hours. So, of course, it could change when we all go to sleep, but that's where it's at right now. So, do appreciate everyone joining, and we're going to be on here for a little bit longer, at least. We're the night shift for the Dogecoin, and I'm just looking forward to seeing what's going to happen on 420. We'll just have to wait and see. Again, tomorrow could be a precursor to what we expect. I would not be surprised at all if we don't see 50 cents a coin on 420, and that's amazing. half a dollar for something that was just, maybe about a week ago, maybe a week and a few days, was 7 cents, and just a few days prior to that, 5. At one point, my average cost, until I started buying in more, was in the 5 cent range. Of course, hindsight is 2020. If I had allocated, in a way that would have got me into the 50,000 coin range when it was still at 5, that would just be amazing. But you live and learn, and it's possible that something like this is once in a lifetime type thing. Who knows? Only time will tell. But we're all here now, and get to, every one of us obviously on this stream, and many, many other people, but everyone on this stream, I would say, is very fortunate to have some knowledge of what Dogecoin is, what cryptocurrencies are, what the potential is, and also we should not leave out the risk that they bring as well, right? Just need to be honest about that. Some considering it gambling, but you could say that the whole stock market as well as that, if you're going to go to that extreme. And I do think it's an extreme. There, again, as I mentioned earlier, there are external factors, not only in cryptocurrencies, but in the broader market, stock markets. There are obviously external factors that we can't control. We could know literally every single fact, every single number that was ever produced from a company with regards to how much money they made, how much they spent, what their PE ratio is, what their, how much inventory they have, how well they forecast, and how, do they do just in time, all those things. You could know every piece of that. And then one thing like COVID-19 happens and it's all different. So you only lose money if you sell. That's true. That's true. Because it's only, it's quote unquote only on paper until you actually sell. So I think that's a very good observation, and I think this is a game of patience by and large. Nothing wrong whatsoever with trading more often, but you have to be more attentive. You have to have more data coming in. You have to have more time, as far as I'm concerned. All those things are great. Day traders, for example, or those that trade maybe multiple times a week or even multiple times a month. I think you can make some good money with that, but I think you can also make a very comfortable or have an investment return a very handsome return without having to do that. So the day trading kind of thing, I will admit, is fun. It can be like a game. Maybe you're not a big video game person, but maybe day trading it can be fun. So for some of us, it's more of I'm going to dabble in day trading with maybe a smaller percentage of my total portfolio or my total amount of money invested. And then with the rest of it, I'm going to hold, accumulate, buy more if I have more to invest when it dips. But, generally speaking, looking at that long-term 3, 5, 10-year, maybe even 20-year kind of horizon. I've not heard, I don't think that looks familiar, but what is Lolly? John, tell me what Lolly is. I'm going to assume that it has something to do with investment or cryptocurrency or whatever. It seems very familiar to me, but I don't honestly know what it does. But let us know. That'd be great. While we're kind of waiting on maybe some other comments to come through, questions, whatever, just want to share a little bit about the growth of the channel, and I want to say that over the last 7 days, this community, people that are interested in, broadly speaking, cryptocurrency and very specifically Dogecoin, you've been a big reason for the growth over the last 7 or 8 days of this channel. We were hovering around the 370 mark with regards to subscribers, and now we're I think 430 or something like that in the last several days. There was one live stream the night before last, I think it was, where we consistently had about 40 people, which for me is a large number. it's a number at least that I can keep up with and answer or speak to all of the comments or give my perspective on questions. So that's a good, healthy number for a small channel, one that's not a full-time channel in the sense that I don't spend 8 hours a day on it. I do spend 4. I've been streaming for 3 to 4 hours now for the last 3 or 4 days. So it's like almost having a half of another job, and I'm more than happy to do it. But it's been humbling to see the channel grow over the last several days, and I want to thank each of you again, whether you're here right now, literally live at 1:23 a.m. Central Standard Time in Texas, or if you're watching the replay. The one that really did well again the other night, a 4-hour stream, had again consistently 41 people, some coming in and others going out, but almost 1,000 views now. And again, for the size that my channel is right now, that's very encouraging. And it's gonna get us to where we want to go. That first milestone of 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. And a big part of it is because of each of you. And I want to say thank you. What's your sleep schedule? Okay, I'm a night owl for one. I have really never in the past streamed for this long at a time. I've been live streaming, again, started on the day that Joe Biden was inaugurated president. It just kind of popped in my mind, and I had been streaming some prior to that, just not necessarily on an everyday thing. And even the everyday thing, it's not at a particular time. It's normally later at night when most everybody's in bed and all that. I have kids, married, all the things, full-time job. So I've been normally streaming for maybe an hour. Some nights, just to keep the streak going, I might do a 10-minute stream, have a single thought, share it. And obviously in those cases, well, all of my live streams for the most part until I got onto this Dogecoin, mania. And again, I mean that in a good way. When I jumped in head first, and got some Dogecoin and just started consuming like crazy all the information. Again, I was streaming maybe at most, sometimes maybe an hour, maybe literally on almost hate to say it, but on YouTube, especially 2 or 3 viewers. I would get more on Facebook and others where my community's a little bit bigger, but not necessarily where I want to grow. And I know this is a long answer, but my main focus of growing is here on YouTube. So I'm a night owl, generally speaking, but I sometimes have the flexibility to just sleep a little bit longer. So if I can get 8 hours sleep or 7 hours sleep, sometimes 6 hours sleep, I will be okay. I work from home, so I have some flexibility. Sometimes I have to be up, by a certain time for a conference call or just to get some things done prior to a meeting, that type of thing. So I still normally, in most cases, get 6 to 8 hours sleep. So but I'm spending a lot of my time trying to build up this channel. It's one of those things that it's just a side hustle, but something that I believe in, something that I think that could be meaningful. I don't presume to be, necessarily someone that people want to listen to. In other words, I want to say it in a way to say that my hope is that it's not from vanity that I do this, but from the passion that I have to just share knowledge and to have conversation and to bring value. That's really my goal. I would be lying to not say that I obviously hope over time that this can be monetized, that it could even be something that I do maybe full time. I have obviously models, if you will, that also where Dogecoin facilitates that type of thing. I have no intention of quote unquote retiring, but being able to focus on the things that I'm passionate about, the things that I believe that I maybe can contribute the most to. That's the kind of stuff that I want to do. So yeah, my sleep schedule is, typically, and these live streams in the last 5-6 days have changed it a little bit. Typically, I'm in bed by midnight, or that's when I would like to be in bed a lot of times. But I'm enjoying doing this, like a joke in one sense, like taking the night shift for Dogecoin and giving it my different spin. I will be the first to admit that some of the other channels that are covering Dogecoin are to some more interesting. Mine's more of a, maybe like a, I don't know, not a talk show per se, but it's more of a, let's talk about what you want to talk about. I have obviously some thoughts. I have some things that I've seen through the day that I want to cover, but it's really driven by what you guys want to talk about a lot. So you can buy products online at 1,000 stores to receive Bitcoin back, cash back in Bitcoin. Cool. Oh, that's the Lolly. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to look at that. Since you're now kind of a regular, John, you're going to have to let us know if, well, you're not going to have to. I would love for you to keep us kind of, knowing, or let us know how that goes. That's really interesting. Sunday overnight, the real OGs. Yes. You do what you got to do to get to where you want to be. And I've always been one that's okay with quote unquote paying the dues, putting in the work, trying to bring value and then let the chips fall where they may. I got a glimpse of what it could be like the other night when we had, again, over 41 people, well over 200, comments. I really should say chat, because the interesting thing about YouTube is I honestly thought that these, right now, since it's live, they're chats. I thought they showed up as comments in the comment section, and they don't, which that's kind of a bummer, because I would like to be able to actually respond to these in written form sometimes as well. But I got to look into that more, but I don't think there's anything I can do about that. But yeah, trying to pay my dues, but the thing that will never change, and I know a lot of people say that when they get successful about, in a certain genre of whatever that is, video, sport, an actor, actress, athlete, whatever, my hope would be that I would never change with regards to my main goal, which is to, leave the world a better place than where you found it, kind of thing. Yeah, Friday night, as it turns out, actually was the best night so far with regards to engagement and the number of people on. Saturday night was a little bit slower, perfectly fine. Again, it's still a better crowd than I've had in the past, and tonight's been a pretty steady flow, and so it's all good. I'm just amazed that you guys are still up. Now, of course, if you're in California, it's not quite so bad, and if you're in some of the other countries, maybe you're just getting up. But for you guys that are here in the United States, you're a night owl, I guess, just like me. So if it wasn't for fellow night owls, this wouldn't even be a thing. So much appreciated. You think investing could be replaceable as far as yeah, I do. Most definitely do. It's like anything. When you go on the internet, or even probably here on YouTube, you're going to see ads. You're going to see people that are talking about, quit your job, do all this and all the other. And I know you already know this, but I'm just going to say it. You have to obviously be cautious, because there are a lot of people that are just looking to take your money, buy their course, all that. But I'm not jaded. I think that there are people out there that are producing courses, education, various other things that are actually good. They actually have a true desire to give you the information you need, all of that. But here's the reality, and this is one thing that Gary Vaynerchuk talks a lot about, and I try to model my approach a lot after some of the things that he says, because I naturally, in many cases, already aligned to the things that he's popularized. But with regards to what I just said, is nowadays there's so much free information that's actually quality information. But even those people that are producing free information have to monetize that in some way. So that's what's cool about being a part of the YouTube Partner Program, for example. Once I can get in there, then there's the super chat, and I'm not presuming anyone should do a super chat, but if they do, that is one way that a creator, if you will, that's just producing content for free, where they can still make a living at doing it. But going back to investing, I have no doubt that you could. Now, I guess you obviously have to have enough money to start out with, to put in, some cryptocurrencies. This is my own personal opinion, and I hope you don't, not you specifically, Manny, but I mean this to everyone, whether you're watching this live or in the replay. Don't hate on me for saying this. As much as I love cryptocurrency, I think that an investment strategy, or at least one that I want to have, is not 100% cryptocurrency. I think it's wise, prudent, needed, if you will, to diversify. Not only diversify within the crypto space, in other words, not only to own Dogecoin, but maybe to own some Bitcoin, even its fractional shares, Ethereum, Cardano, XRP, Tron, which I don't know anything about, Litecoin, in other words, a number of those, and even maybe a few of these up-and-comers that kind of look like Dogecoin did with regards to fractions of a penny. Put that in there and just kind of forget about it. But you want to diversify. You want to have, probably some good, regular stocks, some equities, maybe some ETFs, some good companies. So you want to diversify there. But I think you can get to the point where you can make a living. I'm not even necessarily saying day trading. Now, even if you're not day trading, if you're going to make a living, quote unquote, at it, you're going to have to sell off enough of your investments throughout the year that you can pay your bills, quote unquote, and do what you need to do. Now, you may decide to live at a standard below what you were living, get rid of, Disney Channel, or, have coffee less at Starbucks, all those kind of things that we would all know, right? So you'd have to maybe do that, but I think it's possible. I do. When I went to, I was a finance major, graduated from Texas Christian University with a bachelor's in finance, and had the thought, first couple of years at least, knowing that I was going to major in finance, that I would, basically graduate, move to New York, and become a stockbroker. That didn't happen, and I don't feel bad that it didn't. But in other words, I believed even then, still believe now, that it's possible. You don't have to be a stockbroker to do it. So you can do it right from your own home. I believe with everything that you could, most certainly. Able to make money while I'm making money. Yes. I mean, that's where I'm at, right? I have a day job, like many of us, and do my best to give it 110%, and don't know, really any other way to do it. But those other hours that you have that are yours, you should get to choose what you do with them. And we obviously want to try to keep as much balance as we can. I'll be the first to admit, I'm not always the best at balancing that. I probably tend towards what would be categorized as a workaholic type thing. But Some of that's just the way that I'm wired. I'm not suggesting that we can't unwire certain things, and at some point it's important that we do because it's impacts our health and various other things. But yeah, I definitely have, let's put it this way, I definitely have a number of side hustles. It's cool. New York. Is it New? Are you in New York City area or upstate? But 7:40. Wow, 7:45 to 7:45. 10 hours of downtime. That's awesome, man. Keith, keep it up. Um, I'm curious if you don't mind me asking because I've mentioned him. Are you familiar with Gary Vaynerchuk? Of course, if you're from New York, you probably have heard of him. He got his start, if you will, in New Jersey, but now his uh, Vayner X and Vayner Media and all of his other companies, for the most part, I think are is basically headquartered in New York City. I think that I will say the one thing I have to say because I know that I have some people um, now that are in my community that are have a conservative bent, if you will, and that would better describe me. Although I can get along with all kinds of people with different philosophies, but he does he cusses a lot. I'm going to be honest, and that's the one thing about some of his videos that I could do without. But I would say that generally speaking, as far as I'm concerned, his thoughts and ideas, I would say for the most part, are gold. Honestly, so I think he has a lot of really can use, and one of his big things is, and I've seen it over and over again, and honestly, something that I practiced way before I ever even heard of Gary Vaynerchuk. But again, not to take away from all of his thoughts and ideas, but the idea of working for free. I've done that all my life. Even as a young kid, basically, in most cases, I never had to do it anyway, but to go offer to mow someone's yard for free and say, hey, if you like the job that I did, will you now, basically allow me to mow your lawn? And here's the price. And that I've done that over and over. I'm going to abstract this a little bit, but it's a real example. But worked, helped an organization, I'll say it that way, with their social media and various other things for free. And over time, it was obvious that I was able to grow their reach and all kinds of things in that area. And at 54, it's not probably normal for a guy 54 to be kind of doing that kind of stuff necessarily, or that's at least my perception. But I also think that at 54, life experience, I think, helps some with regards to being maybe relevant across a number of age groups, and as opposed to maybe only the younger category. And depending on the organization you're working with or the company, their demographic may not actually be the younger. So anyway, there's room, I guess is really my point. There's room for no matter how old you are to be relevant, honestly, in social media. So where I was going with that, did a lot of work basically just to help the organization out. And then an opportunity came for me to basically, in essence, come on as a consultant part-time, after hours, if you will, all the things. And, that turned out to be a real blessing. And, that was something I wasn't expecting. So it works. Yeah. Hey, John, put it, if you want to. I certainly don't mind. Put it in the chat here. Put the link in with your referral code, and then that way anyone tonight that's interested in it, or in the replay. And what I would ask is, if you don't mind, and you may have to come back to this later, but also put the link again if you want to. I'm letting you know that I'm okay with it in the actual comment section. This is the chat right now, and you may not be able to comment. I don't honestly know if you can comment in the comment section. I think you can, so put it in the comment if you don't mind. Comment and put in there the link and the referral code. So that's cool. Since we're talking about referral codes, I will only briefly say, if you're, again, watching this, if you're live with me or you're watching the replay and you're even remotely interested in supporting the channel in some small way, you should be able to see up in the top left, there's a link. That's a short link for Buy Me a Coffee. It's basically like a Patreon kind of thing or whatever. You can quote unquote tip if you want. I mean, I'm super blessed, and like I said, I'm not doing this for the money. I do hope it grows into something that makes that more possible. But the other night, someone had mentioned that they wished that they could support the channel in some way, and of course, a lot of these channels have the super chat, and that's a real quick, easy way to do it. But the link, strammel.info/coffee, is also, I believe, in the description. You could click on that and do whatever you want to do. Again, that's not what it's about, you know. But if you're wanting to do that, or of course the other thing you could do, I've got a number of links. You know, there was a comment earlier about complimenting the set, I'll call it. I'm in my office. The dark lights in the background and stuff help honestly kind of not show some of the messy parts of my office, but I've invested a little bit of money over the last year in equipment and things, and I've listed some of that in the description, some Amazon links. So if you're interested, the cool thing that you might want to know, because you might want to do this even for yourself if you're not already, with Amazon, their associate program, the way this works is if someone clicks on your link, then for the next 24 hours, basically it's called a cookie. You've probably heard of that. But for the next 24 hours, if someone buys something on Amazon after they've clicked on your link, even if it's not what they originally clicked on, then you get the affiliate commission, if you will, for that. So, someone might click on the Sony ZV-1 or the Sony A6600 camera and then end up buying some other electronic, doesn't matter, whatever they buy, or some groceries or some, toilet paper, anything that Amazon sells, and then you get credit for it. So I've talked about this in, previous live streams where I talk about passive income, to a certain extent it's passive, whatever, and Amazon Associates is one of those that I list. There are a number of other things, like if you're trying to build a YouTube channel, there's something called TubeBuddy, and that's actually a really good affiliate program to have. They're very generous with what I think it's 30%. And the cool thing about TubeBuddy is that is in perpetuity, right? So in other words, if someone uses your affiliate link to sign up with TubeBuddy, and TubeBuddy is just a tool that allows you to optimize your YouTube channel, you get I think at the lowest end, you get 30% and it's a cloud-based thing, right? So there's a monthly cost to it, and there's a free version of it, by the way, if you wanted to check it out. But I'm not about that. I want you to know about it from an income generating perspective. You get 30% every month. So that's very, very generous. Okay, I'm not sure you can comment live. That's fine, but the code is FKYCKT. Okay. Okay, well, what I will do is I'm going to take a picture of this, honestly. I will come back later and put it in the comments. So do you mind telling us what the URL is? It's funny that I'm doing this, but I'm just going to take a picture right now. Hey, Sean, I'm going to get to your comment here in just a second. I got to pull something back up on my phone. And welcome to the stream, by the way. What's your realistic prediction for Doge for tomorrow? I guess that depends on, and this goes back to a comment that someone else brought up, that the thought, and this was their thought, not mine. I actually didn't think about this, but it's very possible that there's a lot of anticipation with regards to what may happen on 4/20. In other words, this Tuesday, April 20th, for a number of different reasons. I won't go into all those because it'll be repeat for a lot of people. But real quick, I think Slim Jim's going to do some stuff that's related to Dogecoin. Elon Musk SpaceX has got a liftoff, if you will. And there's the thought that he will possibly tweet something about Dogecoin, all those kind of things. So the thought is that there could be some pre-excitement to 420. There's going to be a lot of tweets, a lot of that kind of stuff, I'm sure, tomorrow. In other words, just to talk about 420 coming up. So if there's enough of that going on, that could bring it up to 40, maybe. It's hard to predict, right? So I'm going to say 40. I think that's a realistic, but I wouldn't, it's not out of the realm of possibility for it to get up to 49. Maybe it breaks the 50. I think maybe 420 is the day that it possibly gets past 50, or at least hits 50. So, yeah, thanks for joining, Sean. Curious. I've asked those that have been on here for a while now tonight. We've been streaming now for 3 hours. Our average has been 4 hours, roughly 4 hours for the last two or 3 days. And but I'm curious how you found the stream. I'm going to guess Twitter maybe. I've been trying to let people know on Twitter that we're live. We're kind of like the night shift in a sense, but would love to have you subscribe if you haven't and turn on notifications so you know when we go live again. And it'd be amazing if you'd follow us on Twitter. But yeah, I'd love to see us get back up to at least 40 tomorrow, but only time will tell. And what about Doge long term? I don't personally think it's a one-hit wonder, if you will, or a one-time thing. I can say with certainty, and depending on how much you've followed it, you've already seen it. Again, it made it almost to 50. And I lose track of time. It was either yesterday. It was probably the day before yesterday. I think it was the day before yesterday. Almost reached 50 cents. And then now it's been back down as low as, I think, 21 or 22. And now it's at 34. But for the last 2.5 hours, previous 2.5 hours, it was around the 33 mark most of that time. And now it's gone up a little bit. So I say that all to say that I think long term, realistically, these are all predictions, if you will, right? They're not based on a ton of solid facts, because the reality is Dogecoin especially rises and falls to a large extent, or a big part of why it rises or falls is either a lack of things going on. In other words, not a lot of catalysts, not people like Elon and Mark Cuban and others talking about it, or a Reddit group. So in other words, to the extent that some of that dies down, then Dogecoin could probably be flat for a while. to the extent that people keep the buzz going, keep the excitement going. I think it's generally speaking on an upward trajectory, and I would not be surprised at all if it reaches $1 by the end of the year. There are some streamers out there that are covering Dogecoin that are saying $5 by the end of the year. I'm going to remain somewhat conservative, not because I don't want it to get to $5, but I want to be just conservative. I prefer to be on the conservative side of things. Now, where it could ultimately go, my prediction stops at about 100, because I know beyond that I have no clue whatsoever what it could do. I don't think it's likely to ever reach 1,000, at least in anyone's lifetime that's watching this, even if they're 5 years old. But I think it's possible. It would take a lot of interesting things to happen, but I think it's possible for it to reach 100. I've said this earlier, and again, I think you're probably new to the stream in the last 15 minutes or so. My goal would be, 50,000 coins, and somewhere around a $50 $50 range price, and I would be very, very tempted at that point to take profit, but I'm okay, honestly, if it takes 5 to 10 years. So that's the path that I'm on. That may not be the same for everyone. What was your favorite business class in college? That's really an interesting question. Honestly, probably, and it has nothing directly to do with finance, but I took a class in logic that I thought was really intriguing and interesting. So that would be my top one, but then I'll get to others that are maybe more practical. I took a number of classes in operations research, or at least that's what they used to call it, which honestly at the time I didn't even know that it was preparing me for in essence, a career, or the largest part of my career in supply chain. Things like inventory control and forecasting and all those kind of things, which I've basically been doing for the last about 20 years. So yeah, I think that would be it. My least favorite were things like English. I never was necessarily the best at that. I've developed, I think, a fairly good vocabulary over the years, but and writing was in my early years, high school, early throughout college even, was not my strong suit. But after you spend 25 years working with Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies, you kind of learn a few things or two, become a little more articulate, that type of thing. But the one thing I can't do, and that my Texas friends or Southern friends more generally can appreciate, I've not figured out how to get rid of my accent. So it's probably not, has not gone unnoticed that I have a Southern accent per se. But yeah, that's a good question. What crypto have you invested in, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, that's a great question. Dogecoin, for sure. I mean, that's the catalyst behind the live streams that I've been doing over the last 7 days, and it's going to continue, but definitely Dogecoin. I have owned Ethereum twice, and I currently don't own Ethereum. I want to own and will own some, at least fractional coins of Bitcoin. I would like to also invest in XRP or Ripple, probably also Cardano, which is the symbol ADA. And from a cryptocurrency perspective, that's probably where it ends right now. There's so many of them. There's literally thousands of them that I only have, like many people, a limited amount of time, again, with a quote-unquote real job, a 9 to 5. It's not really 9 to 5. It's more than that, but a, quote-unquote normal job. So I only have so much time, so I have to be selective. I like to be a generalist in some cases, but, with regards to this, it's probably only about 5 or 6 cryptocurrencies. Now, I have a little bit broader, literally just in my mind, a broader set of securities or stocks that I'm also interested in or that I own. I've mentioned this before, and I think this is maybe, Sean, let me know, but I think this might be the first live stream that you've been on with me on my channel. And thanks, by the way, for being here. But I've covered in previous live streams that I have NIO, which is a competitor of Tesla. They're based out of China, but they're also emerging into Europe and other regions of the world. They're mostly electric car. Well, they're all electric, but it's mostly luxury. They've got some really innovative things coming out, at least across China, where at traditional gas stations they're going to have these things where a car can literally drive up, and within 2 minutes they don't even have to get out of the car. The battery's changed, robotically or what. It's just automated, and then they're good to go for another 500 miles or so. And by doing that, instead of buying a car with a battery, I guess a bigger battery already in it that can get the car cheaper, and they basically pay a monthly service. So it's like Netflix, but for cars in a sense. So that's pretty cool. I do have a little bit of Tesla fractional. I'm also, and then I'll get back to Dogecoin, but I'm also don't own any yet, but I'm looking into ARK, ARKK. It's an ETF. I think that NVIDIA is another good company to invest in. PayPal, Square, Stripe, Palantir. That's just a few. Since we're mostly talking about Dogecoin, so I don't maybe upset the Doge fan, if you will. Those are some of the securities that I'm also interested in, and in some cases own. Yeah, no problem, Sean. So I'm curious, since you're here with us, did you? And I'm trying to see if you said it. I don't think. Do you own any crypto right now, and what do you own? If I can ask, and then I'm also curious what platform you use. Are you Robinhood? Maybe something else. Yeah, you very well could be right. Keith, you could be right. It's at 34 right now. Just to break the monotony up a little bit, let me switch here to the view. And I know because of the resolution and all that, the screen may be a little bit harder to see, and I wish I could make this part bigger, but we're at 34.52. And if you look at this, generally speaking, our curve, or more the line, I should say, is, working its way up. I am refamiliarizing myself with technical analysis, if you will, but this is looking good right now, right? This green. So, a higher low and a higher high. I think that's how that works. So we're looking good right now, and you're right. We could hit 35. So the moral behind that story is it would have been great if someone would have, if they're looking to get in either initially or get some more, probably should have done that a few cycles ago. But generally speaking, let's see if I make this, let's make this a 1 hour. See, now we can see in a more compressed fashion what we're looking at. So generally speaking, it's been working its way up. So yeah, again, right here, I'm on this one at 8:05 on the 17th, and of course now it's the 19th. So yeah, that's going too far back. But now if I go here, where do I have to go to get to on 19? Anyway, yeah, that's true. I mean, it literally just turned the 19th a little bit ago. So anyway, we're looking good. Looking good. Okay. Hey, thanks, Sean. I apologize for not remembering that you've been around. So thanks for coming back. It means the world to me. Really appreciate it. You're either not in the U.S. I'm guessing you are though, or you're a night owl like I guess the rest of us. Don't sleep on vet chain. Okay, low key, doing really well. That's a good one or that's something we should all look at then. Thanks for that heads up. We'll definitely take a look at it. Hey Keith, doesn't necessarily sound crazy because I'll be honest with you, I've not followed the GameStop thing so much, but so I'd be curious if you want to share with us why do you think Monday and Tuesday is going to make a big deal, or why it's going to be a big deal with GameStop? So I'm curious, intrigued. Okay, cool. So Sean, if you don't mind, um, tell us a little bit here about what's the main thing behind Vet as far as the project. In other words, what's going to be their thing that's going to with so many cryptos, a lot of them obviously have kind of a focus or whatever, smart contracts or whatever it might be. Cool, Sean. So are you in India right now? That's cool. Okay, MACD on the chart. Okay, and I'm assuming. Okay, anyway, is that McDonald's? Anyway, I'll pull it up. MACD. Let me pull it up real quick. You guys hold on while I get it up. I'm sorry. Now I see what you meant. The MACD up here. So I have it on, and I'll be the first to admit I don't even know what this is. so in the chat, you can let us know. I'm the first to admit when I'm quote unquote out of my element. Like I said, I'm refamiliarizing myself with a lot of these terms and with the technical analysis. So let us know what we're looking at when we see the MACD, and I know that I've got some studying to do. But I can see this. I'm assuming that this green is like a reference to the green candlesticks, I'm assuming, versus the although this is purple, I guess it would traditionally be red. And I'm wondering in the app if I could change it to red. But yeah, this is very interesting. Okay. I'm going to go back to the comments for a moment, and then we'll kind of talk about what it is, maybe. Logistics. So, Sean, what's the code, if you will, the three letter? I'm assuming it's three letter, maybe not, maybe four. What's the code for the vet chain? Hey, Raptor. Good evening, my friend. Um, been playing any guitar? I know you said you only play it in your bedroom or living room now, but let us know what you've been up to with regards to Dogecoin. Have you sold any, bought any more? Okay, Keith. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I gotta up my game, my friend, and I guess be able to also comment on those other aspects. But it'll be a way to challenge myself. But Raptor Printer saying vet. So you might have mentioned this last night. So do you also have a position in vet? I mean, do you have some in your portfolio? Damien, so are you saying that, and I see if that it is, if that's what, are you saying that Dogecoin is pumping? Or are you talking about vet? Because we got a couple of different storylines going on here. But yeah, I agree. I agree on XRP. I know less about HBAR, but I definitely have plans on having a position on XRP and Cardano, for sure. I think I just saw today Qcoin, and I know you mentioned it, I think last night as well. I need to look into that. Did you hear, Raptor Printer, that I know it was talked about a little bit on the stream last night as well, but Webull is doing beta testing on Dogecoin, and I got, for whatever reason, not because I've done a lot on Webull, I've actually not even bought anything yet on Webull. I got into the beta program to be able to buy Dogecoin on the platform, so I'm going to live stream maybe tomorrow, ever so briefly probably, but live stream while I buy some Dogecoin on Webull, unless it's like at 45. If it is, I'm probably going to wait. Okay, hey Keith, thanks. That helps some. So I assumed that the MA part was probably stood for moving average. Yeah, okay. That's really helpful. I'm actually and I know it's probably of the channels that I've now started watching, if you will, the YouTube channels that are covering Dogecoin and others for that matter. A good number of those have some knowledge of technical analysis, and I think that in combination with some fundamental analysis or approach, I think mix those two together, and you've got a pretty good combination. I just need to spend more time, and I'm still analog, if you will, in some ways. So I'm heavily considering getting a book, a technical analysis book. I thought I had one because, again, I was a finance major. I got rid of some books, I think, a while back. It might have been, unfortunately, one of the ones that I got rid of. Got rid of it too soon, but I'm sure there's some better ones nowadays that are more up to date. So if anyone on the stream has any recommendations for a good book on technical analysis or even fundamental analysis for that matter, I'd love to hear about it. Hey, I've also heard some good things about Dot, Raptor Printer, Dot, and also Link, I think. I've not heard about Cap. Obviously, I've heard of these last two. So everything in this list but Cap I've heard about, and yeah. Hey, John, did I sell or buy by mistake before? Are you saying, in other words, before the story that I've shared in more detail yesterday, where I got out of Dogecoin there for about a day and a half? Are you asking, have I done it another time? And if you are, literally only got into cryptocurrencies literally for the first time about a month ago. But as far as stocks, yes, I've done that a couple of times before. Oh, wait. Now it's hitting me. Are you saying, have you actually like hit the buy button and didn't mean to, or do you mean timing wise that you wish that you hadn't have done it? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into vet as well. There's also this one. It's called file something or another that I've heard some buzz about, which it's I guess its main focus is, I guess, maybe think of a Dropbox, but where you pay for your storage in their quote unquote native cryptocurrency. Kind of an interesting thing. Again, there's just too much. There's so much to look into, and I think it's also for many natural for them to maybe focus on some of these cryptocurrencies that are maybe in an area that they're interested in, or there's any number of reasons why someone might be drawn to one or the other. I didn't know about the power outage in China, but I agree, generally speaking, as well, that Bitcoin obviously took a dive along with Ethereum, and anyone that's in it for the long game, or I mean, even maybe for a short, you could have bought at, I think, as low as 51. And let's look real quick, but Bitcoin is, now at 57. And so there was a time when it would have been a good time to buy as well. Today's low, I mean, it was lower than that. It was lower than 56. But of course, we're now into the latter part of a 24-hour period. But I agree, Bitcoin, there was a point there in time where it went 52. There's 50. Yeah, it was as low as 50. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going way back to 325. I need to change my interval back. I apologize. But yeah, I agree with you. I think yesterday, even if you can only buy fractional shares, probably would have been a good time to get into Bitcoin, or earlier today, however you want to think about it. Okay, there we are. Now we're back to where we want to be. But look at this. Yeah, this has got this generally upward it made it to 35. It made it to 35. Keith, you called it. It made it to 35. Yep, that's true. 3 to 4 cents can make a big difference. There you go. Yeah, we hit 35. Keith, you called it right here. You're a good contributor. Virtual reality content add-ons for game creation. Okay, cool. You know, I think we talked about this earlier before you joined the stream that I think a well-rounded, diversified portfolio, it makes sense to set aside a small portion of that to go after some of these, maybe low cap now, but very, very inexpensive, something like a Dogecoin a couple of years ago or whatever kind of thing, fractions of a penny. And maybe some of them, obviously maybe you can't spend a lot of time on looking into it every single day, but something you could even literally just walk away from or just put in, keep putting in $50 a month, even automated, and then who knows what you wake up one day and may find. Well, Sean, I hear you, but there's two ways. There's two ways to look at that. I think dips are inevitable and an opportunity for someone that's trying to accumulate and bring down their average cost, that type of thing. So I would, and I've said this, a couple of times during the stream, selfishly in one sense, because I'm in it for the long term, I'd love to see it drop down to 7, because even if it drops down to 7, I still believe it's going to go to $1 or 10 at some point. It would take, I think, a lot of very interesting things probably to have it go back down to 7. But if it did, you can bet I would be getting, as much more incremental Dogecoin as I could. So I just see those dips as opportunities along a, generally speaking, in aggregate upward trajectory. So I get what you're saying, and here's the one. I mean, a dip, if it's enough, could, depending on how people react to that, could have a longer lasting effect, right? In other words, it could, maybe start trading sideways for a while, something like that. But again, in the end, obviously, one would hope that it doesn't have an impact on the ultimate goal of selling maybe and cashing out when it's $10 a coin or something. Here's the one other thing in my mind that I've not thought through a lot, but one of the reasons that couple of reasons that I don't want to day trade so much, at least with crypto, is the tax implications and just trying to keep up with it all. I'm not saying that it may be worth it, and it may not be worth it. It may be worth it, and I guess that's an individual decision as well. The lure of doing it and the interest in doing it is certainly there, but I'm like, what is the tax implication of buying and selling so often? Because basically, if you're doing that mostly, then you're never going to have any long-term capital gains, and you're going to be paying the highest possible taxes on those returns. So okay, so I see what you're saying. So you're not taking profit in the sense that you're not taking that money out, if you will, of your portfolio. You're just using that to buy at another dip. And I get that. I completely get that. And I think that that's a super legitimate strategy. So I'm curious. I would hope that you've evaluated the tax implications of that. And honestly, it may not be any different than trading, day trading stocks, right? Maybe that's the same tax implication. And if it is, then it's just baked in to that kind of thing. And obviously, also, if you're using mostly a single platform, you should be able to get the report. And here's the other thing, I guess another way to look at it, 30% on a dollar that you didn't have before is still 70 cents in your pocket, right? So if I'm doing the math right, yeah, that'd be kind of funny if I didn't. But so again, a dollar, a new dollar made that you weren't going to have otherwise, I'll pay 30 cents of that dollar to someone else all day long. So that's an easy. I'd rather only pay 15 cents, but I'll pay 30, or I'll give 30 cents of that dollar away, or not give it away, but I'll pay it in taxes if that's the only way to get the 70 cents that I wouldn't otherwise have. Yeah, I get it, Sean. Yeah, so I mean, there again, I'm not at all suggesting that taking profits, if you want to call it that way. I mean, it's a profit. Technically, I think from a tax perspective, at least here in the United States, regardless of whether you turn around and then reinvest it in more of the same thing or another stock, it's still going to have a tax impact. But I'm not saying that's necessarily bad. I'm not saying it's bad to sell so that you can, like Keith was saying, work your way up to where you have more either shares or coins, depending on what we're talking about, in your portfolio. Completely get it. And yes, some people do panic sell, no question about it. You know, one, for those that are more level-headed, if I can use that term. Again, I don't mean that in any disrespectful way of those that quote-unquote panic sell, but those that are more level-headed, have the ability to take into consideration multiple factors, can do data-driven kind of analysis, that type of thing. You know, one person's panic sell is, if there's enough of them doing it, is another person's opportunity, obviously, to get in a dip. Raptor Printer, so you're going to stack Doge and hold it for at least until we land on the moon. If it pumps just from joking to the moon, then actually going to and landing will pump huge. Yes, I agree. Can you imagine what would happen? Hey, you can only, I guess, object to something that takes on a life of its own for so long, right? At some point, it's like, okay, I'm done with at some point, the fundamentals of something, and, perception sometimes, as they say, is reality. If enough people perceive that Dogecoin is legitimate and it's something that is sustained, if you will, the interest in it all, then that becomes the reality. And if you can profit from that reality, then it's probably makes sense to do so. That's right, Keith. Exactly right. It is another opportunity. Wow, yeah, isn't it hard to imagine that Bitcoin was just $6,000 a share at some point in time? And can you also imagine, it's all context, because you can imagine that, some people thought, I'm sure, that 6,000 was crazy. $6,000 a coin, and now prior to this kind of crash, if you will, 60 something thousand, maybe as high as 62. Congratulations on that, though. I think that's going to work out good for you, obviously. It's interesting, Sean, because I guess it doesn't happen every cycle, but apparently about this time of day, I'll just say day, it could be night depending on where you are, or day, there happens to be, or tends to be at times, an uptick. That would be great. So, and I guess, right, ultimately, in the end, again, if it is a way that you can generate an income, then, with income in the world that we live in comes taxes. And like I said, I mean, if it's $1 I wouldn't have earned otherwise, I'd be more than happy to give someone 30 cents of it. That's just that. I think that's helpful. It's a way to maintain sanity. We can get mad about having to pay taxes and stuff, and I'd be the first to admit that I think that if we could reform taxes, and that I do believe that in some cases, progressive taxes at least can be a disincentive, right, or anti-incentive for individuals and others to earn that next dollar. So, but nonetheless, I'll know, I guess, at the end of this year as well, what I get from Robinhood and Webull as well. February is when they send it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, I agree. Reinvest it in one way or another, right? What, maybe you want to get into a new coin or a new stock of some sort. I completely agree. Keep it on the exchange. Obviously, life gives us some things that we're not expecting sometimes. So, you may have to dip into that. But I would say, which I think is kind of what you're saying, unless it's absolutely necessary, let that money stay in the exchange and continue to appreciate at rates that you would never be able to earn with the money in the bank. So, yeah, there you go. I agree. Stay strong and hold. Yes, sir. I agree. Yep, that's a good point, Keith. And I know and I guess you have to pay for that. Or no, it's not that you have to pay for it, but I think with Robinhood, I think you can do more. I think it's four trades a day, unless you have $25,000 in there or something like that, and then it's unlimited maybe, or it's quite a bit more. I'm really curious also what Weeble's policy is. I see myself, as I've mentioned, using Weeble maybe more in the future, because the one thing Robinhood seems to be missing And I do plan on learning or reintroducing myself to technical analysis. And you tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Robinhood really has that. But maybe you're using some other tool to do the analysis part and then just executing your trades based upon that. I do like the fact that on the on Webull you can basically like click on a number and put that into your limit or your all that kind of stuff. So it can make your trade a little bit faster, I guess. But nonetheless, I'm sure I will continue to use both of those platforms. Yeah, it's kind of funny, isn't it? So he probably, I mean, I'm sure he gets a kick out of, I'm sure that can be, if someone struggles, I'll say that in that way. Again, don't mean it mean, but if someone struggles with doing things to stroke their own ego, he certainly could get a lot of strokes, right? I'm not suggesting that that's why he does what he does with regards to the comments, but I'm sure that he's like, I'll show you guys, right? I'm going to tweet and the stocks or this coin is going to go up, 10, 15 cents. I'm sure he could have that same effect on other things, and I'm sure he does. Yep, makes sense, Keith. Yeah, that's a good point, Raptor Printer. I've mentioned this a couple of other times in the live streams I've done over the last 7 days, 5 days, however long it's been. That I've seen a couple of different people explain this whole no cap per se on Dogecoin, but I've seen them explain it in a sense that seems to make sense with regards to a eventual leveling off, and that a certain amount of quote unquote inflation is necessary for it to be used as a coin to transact with. Although I don't actually see myself transacting with it very much, which I've said earlier. Maybe I would. I just don't know right now. But my main goal is to accumulate and get more of it and truly use it as a hopefully a life-changing investment. But when you think about it, it's 5 million, I believe, 5 million or something like that each year, but that's in Dogecoin, so it's somewhere around 500 million or something like that, and it's not that much in the end. But the other thing that I understand about Dogecoin, which gives it an advantage, I think, with regards to being a legitimate way to buy and sell goods and services, is that it's the speed with which you can use it to transact, right? And it's cheaper as well to use, quicker and easier, from what I understand. And I don't claim to be an expert on blockchain at this point in time, so. Okay, so I actually was under the impression on Robinhood that there was a limit of 4 trades a day on a given on any one currency or stock, unless you had a certain amount in, but I could be wrong. I hear you, Raptor Printer. You and probably every one of us, right? I mean, there was someone the other night that said that they had, a significant, or what I would consider a significant amount of coins at a ridiculously cheap price. I'm certainly there with you. Man, wouldn't it have been amazing to have gotten in when it was a fraction of a penny? It really becomes real when you use that and multiply it that way out when it's $20 or even $1 a coin, as opposed to if your average cost is 30, let's say, or 35, something like that. But better late than never, right? Yep, that's true on the flagging. Oh, okay. Keith, you're just a wealth of information, my friend. So, okay, so on crypto, there's no limit. Interesting. Well, that maybe is all the more reason to. I mean, you're so right. I mean, if you had the time, or maybe if you only did it even on the weekends, maybe you said Saturday, maybe maybe you even say two Saturdays out of the month. I'm going to spend an 8-hour day basically just trading this, buying on the dips, selling on the, a new high, and then waiting for that next dip. And, I guess you could even, in a sense, program it in, just put in some limit. You might want to do that because you may want to be able to be quicker, but you could do that as well. So that would be really cool. Well, that's great. I mean, yeah, thanks for the clarification on that. That's been the one hesitation on crypto. I know that here's the one thing I do know, and it's probably because they're looking at it from a little bit different angle, and they also already have a lot of money already. But the rich dad, poor dad guy, I don't know why I can't think of his name. I should be able to. But his advice is he's like, I buy crypto, and the goal is to never sell it, right? Because I think, for one, he doesn't want to pay the IRS anything, much less his actual tax rate. But nonetheless, yep, it hit it 36. I can't keep up with the comments. Keith called it. He's like, we're gonna go to 36, and we've gotten there. I'll pull it up. There we are. Look at that. Yep. That's just incredible. 33. So it won at 110 this morning. So that was a little bit over an hour ago. It was at 30, anyway, low 30s, and then now we even went up to 37. 3706. Cool. This is the time of night that the other streamers should be streaming, right? And they would get to see all this excitement, so that's pretty cool. Yep, some serious volume going on right now. Isn't it? It's just so there's that kind of blows not my thesis, but this, I guess it'd be better to say this proves that it proves one or two things. It's obvious that there are people driving this from other parts of the world, right? In other words, it's certainly not just happening in the U.S. There's a lot of volume being driven because I doubt very seriously, well, yeah, unless people are like sleeping during the day and doing their trading at night. But it's pretty interesting, how this whole crypto thing works with regards to 24/7. 10,000 per minute. Man. I wish that I wonder what the commission is on that, right? Because if I understand it right, when you mine the coin, you then put it into the network, I guess, or whatever, and then you get a portion of that, I think, right? And I guess it goes into your wallet or something like that. If you mine 10,000, you obviously, I guess you don't get to keep all 10,000. I don't know how that works, but it's really interesting. Yep, you set it to you're much faster than me, Keith. You're right. We hit 37, 10,000 a minute. Yep. Doge to the moon. Hey, Manny, you're still here. You've been silent, my friend. But yes, to the moon and back and then on to Mars, right? You've traded crypto over 25 times just this weekend alone. That's awesome, man. I guess I'm going to have to, wow, I'm going to have to try that. So if you don't mind me asking, I'm curious, are you typically doing market order, buy and sell, or are you using limit? Or maybe it's a combination of the both. I'm just curious if the limit kind of thing is too slow and you're just doing market, or are you using limit? Better late than never. Yes, better late than never for sure. Keith's saying the dip is coming. He's excited about that, right? You're excited about that, Keith, because you're gonna buy again. So the 10 hours that you say you have free, um, is that what you're doing right now? And is this part of the 10 hours that you have? But I don't know. Maybe you've already told us, but what if you want to let us know what you're doing, or what you do, I mean, for a living. It's 3:45 in Beijing. Yeah, you can bet that there are a lot of people, I'm sure, in China that are busy buying and selling Dogecoin, among others. My daughter, my youngest daughter, has been, kind of observing what I'm doing with live streaming and all that kind of stuff, and and the cryptocurrency and all that. And she's like, I want to buy some. And one of our friends last night mentioned that they had bought some for maybe it was her son, I think, and was going to use it as a tool to learn. And I think that's an excellent idea. I think it's great. We are literally 3 minutes from having streamed again for 4 hours. I will just say real quick, I think most everyone here, because I'm recognizing all of the names of everyone that's still on. But if you're watching this on the replay, or maybe you are here live and you've not subscribed or smash the like button, it really does help. Or turn on notification, that'd be great. That's my ask. That's the only thing I ask, and your much anticipated comments. So this is great. Do appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. We will have to get some sleep at some point, right? Well, I mean, I know those 10 hours are valuable to you, Keith, so it means a lot to me that you're spending some of it here with us. That's cool. Yeah, Raptor Printer, John, one of the regulars now as well. He's a student. I think he's graduating in December, college, and if I remember right, it's in Parks and Recreation. But he asked last night if I think he asked when I was going to school if they taught any of this, and basically no. I mean, I don't remember anything really related to. Now, you know, I think maybe if you took what we used to call home economics, maybe you got that. But the reality is, I mean, I don't mean this to be mean, but most people that were on a track to go to college and stuff like that, at least it was a perception. A lot of those people were not taking home economics, but that doesn't mean they didn't need to know what those that did take it were being taught. How to write a check. Maybe that's less important now, but how to budget, how to balance a checkbook, all those general kind of things. But now today, even more so, cryptocurrency. We have to, in my opinion, start talking about these things that, are non-traditional. I'm talking about financial, business, all that. I don't want to talk about the other non-traditional stuff, honestly, but, just stick to my wheelhouse. But social media marketing and YouTube channel literally should be teaching kids how to create a YouTube channel. They may not ever actually use it, but it is a real thing. It is a thing that people can make a living at if they want to, not without some struggles potentially, depending on, not everyone's a natural, if you will. Some people can just make things happen at the snap of their finger. But again, if we're talking about the average person, and again, I don't mean that in a negative way. I consider myself an average person. The average person can succeed at a lot of different things, but they have to be exposed to it. Have to understand that it's not going to be easy necessarily, but why not introduce our kids to some of these things much earlier? Why wait until they have to discover it on their own? Interesting, Keith. I don't know. I don't know. There was one of our other friends that works at Walmart had mentioned, because I mentioned ever so briefly that I'm currently the president of a, we call it Substance Abuse Council. Now, I know that substance abuse is not necessarily the term that nowadays is so popular. Substance misuse, whatever, and I don't want to be political about it. I don't really care which term you use, if to the extent that it offends someone. That's not my intent, but nonetheless, I'm the president of the Hood County Substance Abuse Council. Just started a couple of months ago as the president, but so I talked about that briefly last night. So it's interesting that you're into the VA rehab. I know that's a much needed thing. We're working on, trying to get grants to. You've probably then heard of naloxone, which is, a way to reverse overdose if it's at least from opioids. And so we, like most communities, we certainly have our fair share of, those kind of things happening. So we're trying to educate people on that and get that into the hands of those that have loved ones maybe, or, people that they know that are at risk for those types of things, so we can save some lives. So that's cool. Yes, Raptor Printer, thank you for thanking Keith for his service. That's amazing. Yes, trust fund kid, I have heard, and I'm the opposite of that. Yes, me as well. I had great parents, taught me a lot. I wouldn't know half of what I know today, to the extent that I know anything, if you will. A lot of credit goes to my dad with regards to the work ethic, the entrepreneurial type mentality, all of that. I get and give credit to my dad for. I talked about that briefly last night because it was a question. My parents had a real estate agency, had insurance agents, a real estate or insurance company, Farmers Insurance back in the day, actually had a local newspaper, for a while, had a commercial building, real estate building that they rented out. And then we lived in the back portion of it. So literally, even for a while, we had a Sony TV back in the day when I was a kid. That was probably pretty expensive. One of the better ones, I guess, back then. And we literally sold it and then would go to a place called Mars Shortstop, just a little gas station, and rent a TV on the weekend. And I can remember watching Disney on Sunday. So anyway, I'm with you. Raptor printer, yeah, I get it. I mean, yeah, I'm. It means a lot to me to be, trying to do my part to help in that area. Um, I know a lady have not, I interviewed a young lady from literally from grew up in the town that we live in now, amazing young lady, but she had, her, period of time, if you will, that substance abuse was a part of her life, and did a 2-hour interview with her, and she was very transparent, open, and honest. And at least for the small community that we live in, over 12,000 people on Facebook saw her video, and it made a lot of difference. And then, through that video, and I know this is completely off topic, but I'll just share it real quick. But through this interview, got to know a lady that's an EMT, and she lost her son, unfortunately, to fentanyl overdose. And he actually had naloxone in his nightstand, but his wife didn't even know that he had it or what it was. And, he passed away. It was his fourth overdose, and he didn't survive, unfortunately, the fourth one. And so, she's on a mission now to, really champion education and all of that with naloxone. I had already been on a independent, didn't even know her, independently got on the, a path to doing more like that. And so our paths crossed, and we're now into several of the schools, helping them understand what it is, how they can use it, making sure they have access to it, and all the things. So, yep, I know that's true, and it's unfortunate. But my hope is that you're past that now and living in recovery. But that's awesome. So back to Dogecoin here for a little bit. We've been going for 4 hours now. It's 2:56 a.m. Central Standard Time. So I am, we're going to go for about another 5 minutes, and I think I'm going to say goodnight. I do have, quote unquote, my regular job to be ready for, if you will, tomorrow. So, but it looks like, Keith, if he bought in at somewhere in the low 30s, and if he sold at 37, he did great. And it's now at 36. So it's been an interesting. Hey, Pinjarin. Good morning, I think it must be for you. How can I find a Dogecoin Bubble? So the title of this live stream was Dogecoin Bubble with a question mark. In other words, it was really to generate some dialogue about, you know, do some may think that we're in a bubble, right? In other words, that whole concept, and you may know, so I'm not trying to assume that you don't, but it's used a phrase to use to describe something that continues to grow and grow and grow, and then eventually it's going to bust, right? And basically self-destruct. So I think almost everything with regards to stocks or cryptocurrency has some form of a bubble, right? In other words, it can only go so high before it almost naturally then takes at least a dip, and then it may go to new heights. So we've certainly seen that. And Keith, which is on the live stream, you know, he's been sharing with us about how he's basically been day trading Dogecoin and literally just taking the increase in pennies, right, and then reinvesting that in Dogecoin, and basically, in other words, incrementally getting, you know, to where he's got 1,000 more Dogecoin than he had previously. And so there's probably a bubble of some sort. There's no way to know when you get to that point where it busts and where it goes down, but it's also true that, like most of the other cryptocurrencies, I think, or I mean, I should say not most, but those that have now secured a place, if you will, at the top, that, you know, they're now generally speaking at a level at which they will not go below. Now, you may know that Bitcoin and Ethereum and some of the others had a pretty dramatic drop in the last 30 hours or so. Bitcoin, I'm not sure about Ethereum because I haven't looked at it, but I know they both have started making their way back up. Again, imagine if you bought Bitcoin at around 51,000, even if you did it fractionally, and then sold it at what it's at now. And I think it's at, let's pull it up for a minute. Bitcoin is at 57, right? So it was as low as, I believe, 51 or 52. So that's a pretty nice spread if you're into, you know, kind of buying at the dip and selling at something above the dip, whatever that would be. All right, man. Yeah, I wish you luck. I'm not for it or against it. I think it's a personal choice. So, you know, you do you. I know that there's been, you know, some reports of people not reacting to it so well, but I do wish you luck. Hope everything goes well. And yeah. Do want to thank everybody that's joined tonight. I think we've reached the 3 a.m. mark. So as much as I'd like to continue to keep this going, I think we're probably going to close it out for now, but you may want to go up here, and I'll have up there later when I can adjust it, especially if you're watching the replay, I'll have the playlist there. But I will say before you guys all exit, and I do see a couple of you coming on, so before I leave, I'll pull up your comment. But we are about to wrap it up. But please, you know, if you're getting anything out of this, share it, show the likes, all those kind of all the love, if you will, and we really appreciate. Should I buy Dogecoin? Hitchum, I'm just going to say your first name. I'm sorry that I'm afraid to say your last name. Should I buy Dogecoin? Let me ask you a question. First of all, do you own any yet? It's at a high right now for over about a 24-hour period. So I'll answer And it kind of started on a surge here where it went from, let me pull it up so you can kind of see. Oops, sorry. So you can see here, 33, right? 33 was one of the lows. I got to go back here, 32, and then 32. So we'll just stick with that, right? So it has, over a course of, let's see what time it was. So at basically 12:37 a.m. today, it was at 32, and it's now at 37. It may even hit 38. It almost hit 38 there. Let's go here. No, it came really close to hitting 38, and it may hit it right now. So I would say right now is probably not the best time to buy. It will surely take a dip, but like I answer this question quite often, part of this depends on what your goals are. So if you don't mind interacting with us a little bit here, again, let me know, do you have any Dogecoin already? Do you have any other cryptocurrencies? What are your goals? Do you want to buy and accumulate and have something that you could call that's life-changing, or are you looking to make small profits? It'd be interesting to know. Can Dogecoin Bubble purchase in Indonesian money? Yeah, so the bubble is irrespective, if I can use that term, or is agnostic to the currency of your country, right? So in other words, it's driven by, at some point, here's an example of, I guess, how the bubble could quote unquote burst. And we mentioned this earlier in the stream, but there are Dogecoin, from what I understand, 50+%, I don't know the exact percentage, but at least 50% of the total Dogecoin is in the hands of around 20 people. And if one of the things that we saw on Twitter is correct, we're talking at least billions, I think, at least billions of Dogecoin. Now, the market cap right now is 43 billion. So I don't even know. There was literally a tweet that said that some people owned a trillion coins, and I don't see how that's even possible. But anyway, it's getting too late, my time, for my brain to think about all that. But to answer your question, let's say that some of these, what they're called whales, right? Those people that own a ton of the Dogecoin. If a number of those, or even one of them, decided to liquidate their complete holdings, that would likely cause what we call a crash. And so you'd also say the bubble had burst. And then it may be a long road to it going back up again. But I think there's a silver lining in that. It may extend the period by which it takes for it to get back up to, let's say, $1, $2, $10. But if one of the whales decided to get out completely, it's going to drive down the price, which means the common man, if I can use that term, would be able to get into or get more of, and whatever currency you want, US dollar, rupee, it wouldn't matter, right? It would be generally speaking at a lower price, and you could get in and have more of it if you wanted to. What keeps the Dogecoin going anyway, in many cases, is the excitement of the community. So to the extent that the community continues to remain strong, steadfast, all of that, I think that ultimately the Dogecoin could survive the bubble bursting, if you will, and it would emerge again, and over time grow again. That's just my perspective. As Keith says, it's all about having that support system. Yep. All right, Raptor Printer, take it easy, my man, my friend. 38. Wow, it could hit. I was going to say tonight. It's not tonight. It's early in the morning, and I'm going to stay on for another 10 minutes, and I'm going to have to say goodnight. But it could hit. Who knows? It could hit 40. It could hit 40 tonight. That was asked much earlier in the stream, and at the time, of course, it's so hard to know. I was kind of, not thinking that was too awful likely, but looking at it now, it could hit 40. And I'm only guessing that this is mostly driven by volume. In other words, I'm not aware of, and of course I've been streaming, so I'm not surfing the internet while I'm streaming. So this could be, purely driven on just the request to buy, if you will, the bid and ask, just continuing to drive it up. But yeah, I don't remember. I know Panjurin, and again, I apologize if I'm saying your name wrong. I know you've been on at least for a couple of different nights. Do you, if you don't mind me asking, do you have a position in Dogecoin? Do you have some in your portfolio at this point in time, or are you waiting to make your first purchase? And Hitchum as well. I know you asked, I'll go back to your question just for a minute. I kind of answered it, but I'd want to highlight it again for a minute. Again, this is not advice. This is just my personal opinion evaluating it. I would, again, if you could share some of your goals, it would be helpful. But I would say, if it were me right now with the goals that I have, which is to accumulate and to ride it all the way to the top, if you will, go all the way to the moon, as we're all saying, then I would not probably buy right now. It's at the highest it's been over the last 24 hours or so. So if history repeats itself, which it seems to do over multiple cycles, it's going to have a dip, and you probably would want to wait. And I'm also curious, do you have a platform that you're already using? Do you already have cryptocurrency? And Keith, I know you got to go, and you say for a minute, but I may actually be gone when you come back. But nonetheless, thanks for being a part of this one, and we'll expect to see you tomorrow. I'm going to take a short break here, and while I am, I'm going to put up the bring up Dogecoin Webull interface, if you will, and let you guys kind of just watch it as it progresses here. All right, I'm back. I will reiterate that I think that this Webull interface is really, really cool. I also like their phone app. I don't honestly know if it's available to other parts of the world. I only know that it's available here in the United States. So check it out, and I do have a link in the description. And you can get some free stocks with it. But more than anything, even if you didn't ever buy a single stock from Webull, as you can see with this desktop app, and the phone app has some similar capabilities, it's really cool because I can even if I don't know how to do technical analysis, I can, there's some certain things you can interpret and know just by looking at it as you learn. If you need to learn or want to learn technical analysis, then you can start using this in even a greater way. And you can see, again, as it's progressing. So a lot of cool things about this, even if you don't trade on the platform. It's also the case that it's in beta right now, and some people got it. I don't know why I was one of the ones that got it, but some people can now trade Dogecoin on the Webull platform. So I think, this could also be a catalyst once it's available to the broader public. This could be a catalyst that also contributes to the Dogecoin going up. If Coinbase decides to list Dogecoin on their exchange, that's also a likely catalyst. We know that developers are already working on getting the code base for Dogecoin up to the standards that Coinbase has, so it's likely just a matter of time, but there's been no commitment. There's been no commitment by Coinbase that I'm aware of to list Dogecoin on their exchange. So again, for a brief moment here, we were at 38.66 as a high. And then even in that cycle, that cycle of 1 minute, each of these candlesticks, if you will, represent a 1 minute period of time. And here, we had an open of 38.22, a high of 38.64, a low of 38.14, and a close of 38.64. So the high and the close was the highest. So that whole cycle of 1 minute, it was in the 38. And then now, as you can see, it's dropped down to 37, but it's on a upward trend to go up again at this point in time. Hey, Keith, take it easy. Have a great night. Everyone else, if you want the stream to go a little bit longer, let me know. If you got any questions, comments, that kind of thing, we'll highlight those and we'll keep the stream going a little bit longer. So I'm just waiting. I was thinking, it's 39. See it hitting 39. So we could see 40. We could see 40 in the next few minutes. I'm going to hang with you guys just to see if this upward trend takes us to 40. It's back into 38. But wow, another new high, 39. This is pretty cool. Just going to leave it here for a minute so I can watch it along with you guys, and then I'll get to your comments. So I've had 2 minutes at least of basically green candlesticks. This one can't decide whether it's going to be green or red or purple. Those should be red. Might also see on this interface here, you can see the bid and the ask, right? So bid is what they're saying they want to pay. This is ask is what people are saying they want to sell. So the ask is getting really, really close to 40. Hasn't quite hit 40 yet, but if you watch this, it's getting so close to 40. And I know that's super small probably on your screen. I apologize. 39.58, 39.60. Looks like that's about as close as it gets. But we're now 4 minutes in with green. 39.58 seems to be the wall. Ooh, looks like 39.60 something there for a second. It hit. I think we're going to hit 40. What do you guys think? I'm going to switch back to the comments here for a second. I just want to know who thinks we're going to hit 40. Hey, Sea Sky City. You're a night owl. The only way I can keep accumulating more is selling on the high and buying on the dips and using the money I made on the dip putting. Yes. No, I mean, that's where I'm at as well. I mean, maybe next month, I actually found a little bit more money, or didn't find it. I knew it was there, but had been just kind of keeping it there. Again, it may sound silly to some, but been flipping some items, basically buying them and then selling them. Items are in high demand, low supply, buying them, and then on Facebook groups, and then turn around and selling them at a premium, if you will. So I had some money in PayPal, and PayPal money doing that, plus selling a stock that was, I would say, underperforming in TD Ameritrade was how I funded Dogecoin. My Dogecoin portfolio, or the number of coins that I have. I do have some money going into a Webull account to fund that, and I now have I'm part of the beta program again. I don't know how to be able to buy it, buy Dogecoin on Webull, and I'll live stream that when I buy it. But I won't be buying it right now, even if it's funded. It's technically I don't know when they consider the business day to start, but when it gets funded, I won't be buying it until a dip myself, because as you've seen here, it's, well, I don't have it showing now. We've finally now had a couple of red candles in a row, 2 of them, or one next, another one's developing. So, yeah. Completely understand Sea Sky City. I'm in the same boat. Yep, Sean is saying it will hit 40 and then there'll be another dip. You very well could be right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to have to end this, because I do have to get some sleep and be able to do the normal job, if you will. I can't tell you how much I appreciate every one of you coming on tonight. I hope you'll come back tomorrow. I don't know how long we'll be able to sustain this, 4 hours, 4.5 this time of streaming this late at night. I may have to start doing the streams a little bit earlier, around 8 o'clock, let's say Central Standard Time. I don't know, but, turn on notifications if you don't have them on, and then that way at least you'll know when I'm live, and if you can come on. We definitely want you here, and if not, completely understand. Maybe you can at least catch it in the replay. So that's where we're going to leave it. Can't tell you how much we appreciate you being a part of this one, and we'll be back again tomorrow. All right, good night.